G'day, guys. Good evening in the Australasian region, and good morning in different parts of Europe, and good afternoon in other parts of Asia. Hello. Where is everyone? It's only 6 here. Didn't anyone get notifications or something, or did something bizarre happen? Anyway. How is everyone? Okay, Stefan, I'm still waiting for your stuff to pop into the actual StreamYard stream. Hasn't. Yep, just did. Hi, Harry. Great to have you and your live stream back. My pleasure. I've collected some nice questions for you during the last month. It's not a problem. G'day, Fluffy Rainbows. Good to see you. Gary, always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure. And Dylan, good to see you. Angel, good to see you as well. Oh, that's nice. Thank you for that. And good evening to you as well. How are you? G'day, Alex. Yes, I just had some really nice bacon. Actually, to be more precise, I pigged out on bacon. Had some eggs, but I only had 2 eggs. I couldn't be bothered frying anymore. So, but I did pig out on bacon. I had 2 packs. Yes, I did have 2 packs, Kitty. Yes, I went overboard and definitely enjoyed it. Yes, I put quite a bit in there. You know, Dad cooks quite a bit. So I'm leaving mine for tomorrow. I'm taking it with me to work. So I'll take that. I've got some, the eggs the boiled eggs that he actually did for the coloured ones. So I'm taking those with me as well, and some cheese. So I'll take that all into work. So that'll be my meal tomorrow, and then I'll have to work out for the rest of the week. So, yep, the 3 days. So I'll be doing some cooking tomorrow night to get myself prepared for that part. Yeah, I've still got a bit of post-COVID sore a bit at the throat. Sometimes it's actually sounds better. It was actually sounding better earlier than today, but in the evening, what happens is your cortisol levels come down, and that reminds me, my blue blocking glasses. I'm not wearing them. Where are my glasses? Can't find my glasses. I think I left them in my bed. Just give me a sec. Oops. Tea. Yes, you're welcome. I had 4 eggs, 6 oysters, and 3 parma hams and salami for breakfast, but still not full this morning. Oh, well, you're a guts. Skinny guts. How come the strong stomach acid breaks down dentures, protein, and fats, but leaves other things like vitamins and taurine intact? Because it just does. It breaks, complex peptides and proteins. So it breaks down proteins down to basic amino acids. Vitamins, sulfur is sulfur. It's basically sulfonic acid. So basically, it survives in the actual in the stomach acidity as a sulfonic acid, and minerals, obviously, it goes without saying, they can survive acid as well. And vitamins, the way they're bound, they are pretty much protected. They don't degrade. They're not, so they're connected to certain peptides in a certain way where they don't break. So different things get affected differently. Simple as that. Without going into very complex biochemistry to explain everything, that's pretty much the plain English version, you could say. No energy on carnivore diet. It's not the salt. Well, it could be mitochondrial damage. If you've had a lot of mitochondrial damage for a very long time, you've been on a vegan diet or a vegetarian diet, your mitochondria have been bombarded with a lot of deuterium, because those foods tend to be seed oils and vegetable and plants, especially sugary plants and fructose, tend to be much higher in deuterium. If you get over the threshold of deuterium, where the Krebs cycle, the TCA cycle, the citric cycle, whatever you call it, if that cannot remove that excess deuterium, then what happens is that excess deuterium introduces in the metabolic water within the actual matrix of the mitochondria, will introduce far more neutrons, heavy water. So when you have more neutrons, those neutrons will get pumped through the pumps in the electron chain, and they will end up in the inner mitochondrial membrane and that outer part of the folds. And when that happens, when they try to go through the ATP synthase that produces energy, that rotating complex 5, which rotates at 9,000 RPM. Well, what they can do is, if a few neutrons go through, they'll slow it down. If a lot go through, they will actually bust it. And if you've got a lot of busted stuff, then your body starts shifting towards a more glycolytic, using sugar as energy, more glycolytic pathways, which can predispose you then more to cancer, because the cellular energy production drops and behaves differently. Obviously, when you go on low carbohydrate, any low carbohydrate diet, your energy levels drop, and in comparison to your previous diet. And that's because of mitochondrial damage. That's something to worry about, not something to basically ignore. But at the same time, the more animal-based food you will consume. I've done a number of videos on senolytics, how to basically get rid of old damaged cells, and stuff like that, how to get rid of, these sort of, using fasting methods to remove those things and become more insulin sensitive, and also get good sleep. So blue blocking glasses, reduce your blue light exposure at night so you can actually have more melatonin. Melatonin heals the mitochondria. So you need to basically heal those mitochondria, and over time, and be patient. Be patient. Taurine also helps in actually reducing this oxidative stress problem inside the cell, and actually regulates the pressure within the cell, which means that the cell will actually become better functional, and over time should improve. In the early stages, it could be just a certain level of adaptation that you need to shift over to. So it could be that if these are the early stages, because I've never seen you before SSK, so it could be you're in an early transition and it's more an adaptation to, you could sort of, if you do a hardcore, 48-hour fast, and you force yourself into a ketotic state, shifting into, into a fat adapted fat oxidation state, and you see improvements in energy, that means your mitochondria may not be too bad in that regard. But if you don't, that means you may have suffered far more mitochondrial damage. I don't know your past history. I don't know whether you've had heart condition, chemotherapy that can damage mitochondria, a lot of things. So exposure to certain things, chemicals, can actually have a devastating effect on energy production, mitochondria, that are involved in oxidative phosphorylation. That means they use oxygen to basically generate energy through the electron chain to produce ATP. Now, if you've in any way compromised that system and you've reverted to more glycolytic pathways, one, there are risks with reverting to a glycolytic pathway, but at the same time, it may explain why you're struggling to get enough sufficient energy. So there are a lot of factors. Salt, is just an electrolyte that can be regulated like anything else. Salt's important for, for energy production as well, but it's a minor player. The key regulation is to have good functional mitochondria. So, and magnesium, because ATP is magnesium ATP. It's one thing. It requires magnesium to basically produce ATP. Now, we get enough magnesium and potassium through the diet, and we excrete less if we eat enough protein to actually have the ability for our bodies to regulate, our bodies properly, and especially the electrolytes and all that. So it really comes down to what stage are you, and have you become sort of fat adapted? So please put a comment telling me where you are at what stage, and then I've got some idea exactly what could be the driver, the specific driver. I've given you some general ideas, but play around and see whether you improve. And if you don't, drop me a message. Anyway, Uncle Harry, do you need any bone broth soup? Do I need any bone broth soup? Not really. You're in the beginning. It could be just an adaptation thing. So thanks, Harry. In the beginning, I'll just come down to that. Just to... So actually, in the beginning, I could not sleep on carnivore diet. Now I sleep like 9 to 10 hours, but I still feel fatigue. I'm 22, but I have eaten a lot of sweets and coffee and little meat. Okay, so you've basically been on a very high carbohydrate diet for a very long time. You've been on a sad diet, and you may have been consuming a lot of vegetable oils, that's the worst, actually, even worse than sugar, vegetable oils and a lot of sugary stuff and stuff like that. And you've probably added a lot of deuterium into your system. You may have, because you're new, you probably haven't heard about deuterium. It is it's two stable isotopes of hydrogen. Basically, one is standard hydrogen, so one proton and an electron. Then you've got that's light, considered also called light water. Then you've got heavy water, which is basically a proton with a neutron stuck to it, which is and with an electron, and that is called heavy water or deuterium. So it's the deuterium isotope of hydrogen. That has a thing called a neutron to it. So when the neutrons build up to a certain level and get into this area where you get a concentration of protons in this inner mitochondrial membrane, which is, if you've ever seen a mitochondria, it's got all these folds. The matrix is right in the middle where the TCA cycle is. If you've never heard of the Krebs cycle, ever heard that? That's in the middle there. And then from there, it actually connects right through to these little folds, and around on either side of the folds, there is actually part of the electron chain, and the proton build up a gradient in that outer layer, and then they actually pop. See, along the electron chain, there are these pumps that pump the protons to the other side, and then they actually move into these pockets and actually create a gradient and a pressure gradient, and that will then go through that at the final end. There's this ATP synthase, these little nano machines that rotate very rapidly at 9,000 RPM. They produce the majority of ATP energy in our system. So adenosine triphosphate, as it's called, and it's really actually magnesium adenosine triphosphate, because you go from ADP to ATP, adenosine diphosphate. You have to actually add a phosphate group, and that adding basically creates that spark of energy, which is what basically is the energy of life in our bodies. And we basically produce as much energy as our total to run out as much as our weight. So if we're 70 kilos in weight, we produce 70 kilos of ATP energy. Massive amount, our bodies. Now, that can actually drop and reduce over time, especially if you've actually damaged those mitochondria. That means you've put more of these higher isotopes in there of heavy water, and the body in the Krebs cycle, this sort of area in the matrix in the mitochondria, that strips out all these things. That there are enzymes that strip it out and actually add back in the hydrogen ions, which don't have any neutrons, because the neutrons are the ones that are actually damaging, breaking these machines. If they come through, they slow down the machinery. If there are too many that come through, they'll break the machinery. They'll jam in there and break the teeth of this rotating ATP synthase, and that will basically stuff it up, and then it's broken. Now, the body can heal this, but if you break too many, the body won't be able to, has only so much energy can produce to basically maintain the body, let alone to try and repair. It's a sort of the body's in a struggle between, everyday energy requirements and repair. And in the ultimately, and repairing and damage. And so you got to sort of work out, well, we need a bit of energy for this, a bit of energy for that, a bit of if you don't have enough, and you're very young, which is quite concerning to say the least. But a lot of young people now are getting pre-diabetic, diabetic, and having all sorts of problems. You can still reverse a lot of this sort of stuff. I would say I'm hoping that it's just early stages of fat adaptation, that you haven't fully fat adapted because you're at the beginning stages, and it's more that sort of stuff. And I would also add a couple of grams of taurine. I'd actually get supplemental taurine, and add some of that to basically heal some of that that tissue in your system. And I'll actually, the type that I always get, it's the only type that I'll actually recommend to people. It's a free form. It comes in a free form, unbound, and doesn't have any of the bloody issues that some of the other stuff out there in the marketplace have. So anyway, that's it there. And if you want water, this is lowering deuterium, alpine water. If you should hydrate with your own fat. You shouldn't be using basically water. I just use water for my coffee. I'm having milk at the moment, so raw milk. But that's there you don't have, that's a different issue altogether. But I would say that you're probably in those early, either a fat adaptation issue, and you can actually work out whether you're fat adapted on, or whether you are able to fat adapt with doing a bit of a fast to shift yourself into fat oxidation. And I would also say I would stay clear. I'd reduce my exposure to blue light in the evening, whether with glasses or avoiding blue screens in the evening, so you can actually increase your melatonin. I would also take those 2 grams of taurine in the evening. The reason for that is because it brings down cortisol levels and normalizes them, and it will magnify the actual effect of the actual melatonin. And you need more melatonin in your system to repair any damaged mitochondria. So, yes, tap water has got as much deuterium as actual sugar, 155 parts per million. You don't see tribal people guzzling down water all the time. That's a myth. It's stupid, and it's ridiculous, sort of the nonsense that people talk about. A bit of water is one thing. A lot of water is a bad thing. You should be hydrating with fat from your own body or from the fat you eat. That's what you should. But if you keep insulin down, you'll be able to access that fat. You'll be able to access that water, because basically the Krebs cycle is a water production cycle. It produces metabolic water. It hydrates the body. That's what the camels use. They use basically the hump. That's a whole lot of fat, which they convert to water. We can do the same thing as long as we can keep insulin down low on a low carb diet. As long as insulin is not preventing the release of fatty acids, then as long as hormone sensitive lipase is good enough, it'll actually release all those fatty acids. They'll get oxidized, they'll produce metabolic water. That is what we need, is good metabolic water. You'll work it out yourself, whether you're fat adapted or not, or whether it's just a fat adaptation issue, or because you're at the early stages, or whether it basically is a potential you've done some mitochondrial damage, and you may have lower detoxification pathways, which may mean you're one of those people that are more vulnerable. It's a smaller percentage of the population, but it is people that do have that vulnerability tend to have more problems with their mitochondria at younger age. I don't know your situation. I'm just guessing in that regard. So you need to play around and work out exactly where you're at. Don't worry yourself too much, because that's not good for your health either. Just focus on the good thing about taurine. It will calm you down as well. It has a calming effect. It increases GABA and reduces anxiety, which is important. Now, you're young, so you've got plenty of time to correct a lot of these things. So consider yourself lucky that you came across the carnivore community and people that know their shit, rather than people that just basically talk nonsense, which is quite a few people, unfortunately. Ew. Better find my spot. Yes. If you like, you like soups. I mean, I don't mind soups as well. So I like chicken soups, and I like to put a bit of egg in, beat an egg, bring it to the same temperature, combine it like my sister does. So, not an issue. Doing bone broths and stuff like that, yeah, not an issue if you like those sort of soups and all that. If you get enough protein, you usually don't need it. Your body can actually, it's like a Swiss Army knife, can actually take the essential amino acids and convert them to whatever type of non-essential or other aminos the body requires to build tissue. So eat enough protein, you're fine. But if you enjoy bone broth, why not? Enjoy it. Like Tracy said, bone broth and butter equals beef tea. Exactly. Very nice. And you can actually even add, in the bone broth, even add small amounts of, like little squares of beef, and cook them up and throw them in there and all that. So, yes. My Vertigo has exploded. Can't explain why. I just stopped with the milk and Has to start somewhere. Okay. Drop me a line, Alex. Drop me a line, because you were going pretty well. Just for the time, go really high on the taurine for the time being. I'm not saying that the lack of taurine is, it helps. We know it improves but that condition. But at the same time, you may be able to help yourself, just improve yourself and stabilize yourself. But have you changed anything in your, have you changed jobs, homes, anything that you may have exposed yourself to something that's caused some imbalance or whatever? Because you were pretty much doing pretty well without any problems. You've been doing now for the last couple of years, and since you last had this sort of situation. So yeah, it's drop me a line. Yep, it does improve, because what it does is it improves your gut function right through. That's why. It basically improves your gallbladder function, which is critical to absorbing fats. It also improves your bringing down the pH and increasing the acidity of your stomach, so you can actually shut the top sphincter. The top sphincter will seal, and you'll be able to break things down to be able to absorb them much easier through the gut. Also, the extra, the conjugation of bile salts with taurine actually makes a much more potent bile that actually cleanses the small intestine to prevent SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. Plus, it also helps with better absorption because of the extra bile that actually goes through. And it actually gets better recycled as well once you actually improve the gallbladder, stomach, gut axis. And also, it will reduce histamine and spermidine, as I've done with the molecule of what fixes up the microbiome video. If anybody hasn't seen it, go and check it out. It explains that. So, yes, good to hear. Good to see you, DJ Projectus. Yep, it's good to take about 6 when you're new to the scene. It's good to take about 6 grams for basically about 3 to 6 months, and it should rectify a lot of these problems for most people, unless there are some other long-term conditions, like you've got gallstones, which take longer to emulsify and remove, gallbladder sludge, which can take up to a year to 2. I know but that's the reality. It took me 2 years to clear it out completely. So it's just a reality. That's unfortunate. Dad had a big gallstone. It went through, caused him pancreatitis, but after that, he's never had a problem. He's lucky. I had to suffer for 2 years before I could actually sort out all this thing. It's just the way it is. That's the reality. We're not everything turns out the same for everyone. Others are more lucky than others. It's just the reality. Some more research have published about the corneal condition and vitamin A this year. Really nice, really seeing stuff support my suspicions. Yep. Yeah, look, when it comes to the eye, retinol is really important. Menaquinone 4 is really important. Taurine is really important. So it's really animal-based foods are really important. That's what we're really saying. When we're talking about all these nutrients, we're talking about animal-based nutrition is really important. And it's good to hear, Dylan. Oggy, good to see you, mate. It's been a while. The nitrates they put in sausages, deli meats, Ken Berry says, no problem. I sort of agree with that. There is much more in some plants. Definitely there is much more. Actually, some of the green plants have like multiple folds, like 10, 20 fold. So yeah, so it's a non-issue. They are used against high blood pressure, but Bart says they are harmful. Your stance? I don't agree with that. I don't believe they're harmful. I believe that they're unnecessary. Because you can get enough arginine from your diet to produce nitric oxide. You don't need the nitrates. But no research has ever proven, there's associations about nitrates, but no causal inference that they are harmful. I'd say to Bart, show me the evidence. I've had this discussion with Bart about PUFA. He came around on that, on animal PUFA. Maybe I need to have a discussion with him on nitrates. I don't view nitrates. I think that there are other egregious things in deli meats, and it definitely tends to be sugar. The reason why I avoid most deli is not for the nitrates. The reason why I have to go for nitrate-free, because when it's nitrate-free, it's usually sugar-free as well. Most of the highly processed stuff, they actually add sugar, fructose, pretty much, with the nitrates and all that. So when you do actually get the nitrate-free, it tends to be the stuff that also is sugar-free. So it's more that's a problem in that sort of stuff than anything else. So I don't have a problem with nitrates. I don't think that the problem, they're the least egregious thing in the deli meats. The worst thing in the deli meats is the sugar that they put in there. Or the seed oils. That's the worst. They do put in some preparations of deli foods, seed oils. That's number one, then sugar, then anything else after that, like colorings and flavors and so-called preservatives and stuff like that. That goes down the list. Nitrates would even be below that. And that is only epidemiology. There's no basically clinical study ever proving that nitrates cause any problems. I've never seen one, and I've looked into it, and I haven't. The old sort of naturopathic science of some of Bart's naturopathic friends tend to believe it, but I've never found anything, and I don't believe it. But I'm open to proof to change my mind. Stearic acid from butter is enough for mitochondria to multiply. Look, as a biohack, stearic acid is really good. Any foods that are high in stearic acid, like, your steaks, but, dairy tends to be even higher, is really good in order for mitochondrial biogenesis through the reverse electron transport through complex. That's when electrons push back. This is where complex 2 plays a role, that it connects right back to succinate dehydrogenase in the Krebs cycle. And this interaction actually has an effect of actually reversing the electrons into complex 1. And that reversal, and it's a gradient, it can change. It depends on the type. Like, there's slight reversal with monounsaturated fats. And the more saturated, the fats, the more like bonds that they have, the carbon numbers, they tend to basically push further back. Like carbon 16 is more of, like, palmitate will actually cause more electron transport compared to the MUFAs. And none of the polys will, PUFAs will do that. It'll only be some of the MUFAs, not all of them. And then it's most of the saturates, but not the mediums or the shorts, just the long chain fats. And it's pretty much palmitate. And then the one that actually does the majority of a reverse electron transfer, the 18 carbon stearic acid. And that will basically then cause ROS signaling, reverse reactive oxygen species signaling. So it's only a small amount of reactive oxygen species signaling out of complex 1, which tells them, the actual cell to divide its mitochondria to actually biogenesis and produce more. Now, there's a bit of a hack there. You can actually get, if you get a good quality stearic acid supplement, you can actually cause more biogenesis of mitochondria. The downside is that if your mitochondria are dysfunctional, that means they are damaged, they are old, they've sustained really severe damage from deuterium. You're not going to get much of an effect. And then I do have one concern. I can't prove it, but I do have a concern in terms of, could this over-signaling of mitochondria, extra mitochondria, saying that we can't produce enough energy through oxidative phosphorylation, push the cell into more senescent state and beyond senescent state? We're talking about cancer here. I don't know. So basically, I usually say to people, when you're older, focus on senolytics to knock out some of these old cells, and I promote less this. Where younger people or middle-aged people, stearic acid, I do promote it because they have far more viable, healthier, mitochondria. So I would push an older person towards something like cerule that actually produces new stem cells to produce new cells, which will have healthier, younger mitochondria to actually increase the energy production in that person to improve their functioning. So it depends. It's like horses for courses, depending on your circumstance, where you are in that regard. But I would say, butter is a very good source. If you want to put, don't go crazy, but if you want to put a bit of butter, and if you're middle-aged or younger and you want to really ramp up your mitochondrial densities, so you're setting yourself up for much better, energy production capacity. Especially, I would say, I wouldn't, if you're very young, I wouldn't bother unless you've got a lot of mitochondrial damage. And you're in those early stages of mitochondrial damage where you still have some viability. But even then, I would focus on the sleep side, where the taurine will enhance the sleep side by bringing down cortisol at night, amplifying, wearing stuff like this, increasing melatonin to heal, because melatonin heals the mitochondria. And you really want to heal the mitochondria. That's the strategy. I would rather first heal the mitochondria, get my level of energy over 2 years really ramp it up at good levels, and use senolytics to get rid of all the old and damaged cells and any precancerous stuff, get rid of all that, increase the healthier cells and all that, and then use stearic acid to biogenesis more healthy mitochondria. So that's the steps that I would take in terms of biohacking. Anyway, sometimes my urine gets quite dark. That's never happened to me, and I hardly drink much water at all, as you know. But I have absolutely no thirst, and the sight of a glass of water even repels me. Drink anyway? No. Eat a bit more fat. Maybe I don't know what your body composition. If you're very thin, lean, and you don't have a lot of fat stores, you should be eating more fat. Because if you're really lean and skinny, you're not getting, the reason why is you don't have enough fat to actually, because the body will protect the fat you've got if you've got very little, because it needs it just in case you go into complete starvation. If food's coming in, food's coming in like protein, and you'll induce a mild rapid starvation as a consequence. I don't know whether you've got symptoms of that sort, because the body will protect that small amount because that's for a rainy day if really things go to shit. Like your Horn of Africa and you're starving. That's what I mean. That's when it's going to tap into that last sort of amount, to just give you the potential of survival. And then if that fails, then it'll go for the muscles and hope for the best. But at this early stage, I don't know where you are, Stefan. I would say I'm very lean. If you're very lean, fucking eat. I'm fat, mate. But it's tons of fat. The urine is dark because I'm not drinking for a long time, not thirsty. Well, you just need to eat more fat. You're not eating enough fat. That's your problem. If you're very lean, you don't have enough fat stores, and you can't maintain fat stores because you're not eating enough fat. This is the thing. Once you move away from carbs and water, you will need more fat. Your fat requirements go up substantially if you're very lean. you know. So, and some people can go through more fat than others, especially if you've got very good mitochondrial density, you will go through quite a bit of fat. So you're probably not having enough. That's the thing. If you look at our ancestors, they actually pig out on fat. They really go to market. So you're too lean. You need to get more fat in, because that's the only way you can actually create metabolic water. Anyway, we've covered that. I'll move on. G'day, Nah. How are you, mate? Oh, that's right. I did jump down. I came back up and I went all over the place. I do that. I can do that because I'm basically the person running the show. Have you seen those people out there, Harry, aggressively defending the stance that no human evidence that PUFA seed oils contribute to bad outcomes, but only animal models? Oh, look, I haven't. I've heard of certain people in blogs and stuff like that, but there's good mechanistic studies that were done back in the 80s. I've seen some stuff 83, 84 that actually produce in terms of ox LDL and how it was actually how it actually produced. It's a video that in a future video when I do cardiovascular, I'll cover that at that time. So I'm still doing a couple of other videos. I'll get to that as well and do my thing. The other thing is, we know I've done a number of videos on the PUFA, animal PUFAs. Remember all the videos that I've done? If you do PUFA, Harry Serpanos, you'll find all those videos. And I actually show the aldehydes, the primary and secondary oxidative products of seed oils is way up here, where with animal PUFA, you just get trace amounts from when you cook them. And olive oil is slightly higher, and then the seed oils are just massive. Well, what do these idiots think that the actual seed oils are doing? They're contributing massively to oxidative stress. Massively, aldehydes rip lipid membranes. That means the membranes of cells can be damaged from aldehydes, and these are astronomically high in aldehydes. So what are they talking about? They're just ignorant little kids that need to be spanked for their idiocy. Basically, they got no idea. The literature is quite clear. Lipid peroxidation and aldehyde levels in these oils is astronomical and severely damaging to the body. It's a toxin. And then if you add the deuterium side, oh man, where do we finish? 255 parts per million. That's nearly double that of sugar, which is 155. And 130 is a safe zone where olive oil is. Anything below, all the animal fats are below that. So all the water that actually is produced from animal fats, bacon being the lowest, pork, actually you're producing water that is very low and very high, very low in deuterium, very high in hydrogen. That is basically, those hydrogen ions are basically don't have any neutrons, and those neutrons, the less you have of those, the less damaging you're going to do to your mitochondria, the longer you're going to live on this planet. The only stuff that is in that low range is basically green vegetables, but they don't have any nutrition, but a lot of anti-nutrients. But the water of that you can actually use because it's low deuterium, like the tribal people use. They put it in ostrich eggs and stuff like that, and emu eggs. And then, the other stuff is the fat, which is low deuterium of animals. Now, nuts and seeds and stuff like that, which have got a lot of anti-nutrients, their fat also is low deuterium, but they do have high anti-nutrients and not good. So the best fat is animal fats for that reason. Yep. So, yeah. Seen the mechanistic rodent studies. Don't matter if no human outcome statistics support it for seed oils. They're also short-term studies. The short-term studies, and I can tell you, seed oils at short-term studies, stuff like that, they won't show much because they don't engage the Randall cycle. So if you're just giving seed oils and you're not engaging the Randall cycle, you're not going to see a lot of oxidative stress. But what you will see is you'll see this low level of damage and mitochondrial damage, and you'll only see it after a very long time. They only do it for a short amount of time, and they say, "Oh, we don't see much." Yeah, because this is happening, the damage that is happening to the lipids and incorporating into the lipid membranes happens very, very slowly. Yeah, they cite epidemiology because it's garbage. It's associational garbage. And there's a lot of healthy user bias. Somebody on a sad diet, because what they're comparing is a vegetarian with a sad diet person. Now, the vegetarian is going to consume less seed oils. They're going to consume maybe some seed oil here or there. They're not going to have a lot of refined stuff, which is heavy in seed oils. So, and they'll have some other plants and all that, which are lower in seed oils. Basically, they're not processed foods in many cases. So because of healthy user bias and other things that these people do, take antioxidants and all that compared to a sad dieter, they reduce the damaging effects. And so it looks better on epidemiology. But it's so confounded, it doesn't really tell you about all these healthy user bias of that person that mitigates to some extent that oxidated PUFA. The oxidated PUFA does the same damage in the sad dieter as it does in the vegetarian. The difference is that vegetarian is mitigating it to some extent. It's like if I want to do a cheat and go out and eat, some foods like potatoes, fried potatoes in seed oils and all that. And then I basically take a low dose Jarrow vitamin E. I take an astaxanthin that refreshes those fatty acids. You don't get rid of the deuterium. I can still do damage to the mitochondria in terms of deuterium, but I can eliminate a lot of the oxidation because astaxanthin is a major electron donor. So it can actually give all those electrons back and stabilize that PUFA from causing oxidation and being reactive in the tissue. So you're not getting this oxidative stress type thing, but it still has high deuterium. So when it gets oxidized through the mitochondria, it's still going to actually add a lot of deuterium into the pool of the metabolic water, and that is going to cause slowness if it's a small amount into of the actual mitochondria, or massive amount of damage to the electron chain, which will render some of those electron chains nullified. And the more of those folds, all those folds where you've got electron chains on both sides, more of those get damaged. In the end, you'll have less capacity to generate energy over time, and you'll become a decrepit old person. Anyway, so yes, it is, Tracy. Unfortunately, many crackpots. Unfortunately, oops, that's the Evian water that I put out there as well. Anyway, and your beginning, that's right, we've already covered that. Yes, you're very early in the early stages, mate, so you've still got a long way to go to fat adapt and start and make changes. So, yes. I saw the latest short from Saladino. He was very aggressive in promoting fruit. I bet he was. Yes, there's nothing like Salad Boy promoting high deuterium sources, fructose being the highest in deuterium. Yes. Doesn't surprise me. He's a crackpot. Absolute crackpot. He's got no idea about the Randall cycle. He's got no idea about deuterium. He's got no idea about many things. He should stick to, psychoanalyzing. I don't even know whether he's good at that, people. So, yes. 200 grams of carbs from fruits. Does he say a total of 400? I think Bart was saying about 400. So that he's on to the 400 mark now. So, I mean, yes, he's definitely very repeat. He's definitely turned into a repeat parrot. Because repeat's another one of those. Here we've got the thyroid, and then from there a whole lot of reductionist nonsense comes from that. I've actually read some of his blogs. I sit there and I'm going, does this person really understand the complex interaction of physiology? From what I could see, he was making a lot of contradictions. Anyway, you've said it. I've had about 2 or 3 videos on Ray Peat. There's more to come of Ray Peat, shenanigans, and I probably should, because I've actually got the myths and falsehoods of veganism. I probably should make a Ray Peat falsehoods type thing or something along those lines. I'll work out what sort of playlist I'll make. Yes, that'll be interesting. Anyway, let's move on. Indeed, Tracy, common denominator. Yes, exactly. Very much, very much. Yes, she did. Yes, I did suggest you don't rush into it. You transition. And yes, good. Thanks for reminding me about that. Yes. SSK, do transition into it slow. So eat some pumpkin. So pumpkin, some, like gherkins, which is fermented, which will give you better bacteria as well. Like, gherkins. Try and get the ones that are raw gherkins and stuff like that. And all these will help you and also transition you, get a bit of taurine in there to fix up your gut so it actually works better, and that will actually improve your transition as well. So, and improve your sleep and other things like that. Anyway, and also improve your, initially, let me put it this way, if you're going to have taurine SSK, to have it in the evening. And the reason for that is because it will force more of, like when you hit pyruvate, you can actually either go down one pathway, which is acetyl-CoA into the Krebs cycle, or you can go the other way into what is called, basically lactate. So lactate can actually either be recycled back and create more sugar and more glucose, or it can go through the polyo pathway and actually produce eventually produce fructose and fat. There's a lot of reasons why it may do one thing or the other. There's a lot of factors that can be at play. But by taking in a bit of taurine in the evening, if you're still slightly glycolytic, you will get much tighter. So if you're going to take any taurine, take it in the evening, because you do need it for better sleep, better melatonin, and to also heal your mitochondria and stuff like that, to help assist with the melatonin, your mitochondrial health. So don't take it in the daytime at this stage. Traveling back from Easter camping, did use some sun protection and slightly burnt shoulders, back, arms, and legs. Okay, first time in my life they did not burn. Yeah, look, it takes time. Eventually, you'll notice you'll get, you won't get any burning. You'll get to the stage where I can stay out for 5 hours, and not get burnt. So it's basically niacin, retinol, and minoquinone 4, which are fat-soluble vitamins in the diet that are actually reducing. But also there's another thing. The more years that pass, the more you turn over your cells, the more you get rid of stored, damaged PUFA from your cells as you turn over the cells. And because you're on a low carbohydrate diet, you've got higher glutathione production, which means you'll recycle your your vitamin C and vitamin E, which basically then will electron donate and stabilize that tissue. And so you will end up with less reactive tissue, because really it's, these really bad fatty acids that are oxidized and damaged, that have got less electrons, that incorporate in your tissue. UV radiation hits them, tends to create more inflammation, and then the liver will generate more matrix metalloproteinases, and that tends, if it's not regulated by fat-soluble vitamins, tends to, rather than heal, but aggravate the problem, psoriasis and all these sort of things. Anyway, depends on your genetics as well, how that will express that skin inflammation. But you will get more and more robust in being able to tolerate the sun. I got a pouch instead of a hump. Hey, Tracy, you little kangaroo. Your tail, that's where the fat is stored. That is the equivalent of a hump, is the tail. That's why the tail is so fat, full of fat. That's why the Aboriginal ladies loved the tails, because it was so packed with fat. That is basically, it's where it gets its metabolic water. That's where the kangaroo gets its metabolic water, from the tail. Now you know. IBS SIBO expert, Dr. Mark Pennington, says that you hold a lot of water in your gut. Nonsense. You can hold a lot of water if you've got a lot of bacteria, but that's not the problem. The problem is inflammasome is suppressed, and you need to unsuppress inflammasome to upregulate interleukin 16, and from there AMPs, which will re-regulate and normalize the gut microbiome and reduce this overgrowth. People haven't watched the video. Why haven't you people watched my video? Maybe I should change it to something new. Give it a new name, more snazzy name. Use these too scientifically names. Anyway. Maybe I should do a competition amongst my subscribers. Please tell me how I can actually make my titles better sounding, more clickbaity, because currently a lot of people complain that my aren't as good. Speak of the devil in this regard. I'll just give it a like so it's out of the way. Okay, Bart's got a video tomorrow, so I just gave. So he's got one on Salad Boy. So I thought it was DJ Projectors, and I think Dylan as well had a bit of a. So there it is. That's tomorrow. So do go and watch it. I'll stick that shortly in. So that's in there. So that's Bart's tomorrow. So that's on Salad Boy. That should be fun and interesting. And it's not 200, mate. It's 400 per day now. Friggin' hell. God, that's starting to be. He's starting to go towards a high carbohydrate, diet. No wonder he looks. Look at his forehead and all that. God, he's younger than me, and he looks older than me. He's starting to age a bit. Those carbs must be doing wonders for his mitochondria. What a cockwomble. He's lost the plot. Absolutely lost the plot. Anyway, let's take a look at the videos. Which was the video? Here it is. What metabolite shapes the gut microbiome? Well, we know what it is. It's taurine. But this will explain why this happens. And there it is, through NLRP6 inflammasome signaling. And what controls and regulates that pathway? It's our dear, dear friend taurine. I went through all that, and then down here, as you can see, pop that out. More people should see this. And there you go. When you have a lot of taurine in the system, you have less histamines and less also spermidine. Spermidine is what grows SIBO. So small intestinal bacterial overgrowth needs spermidine to grow. It's the same stuff. Spermidine is in this, like male reproductive, your balls. So they will actually increase. There it's fine. You want more semen? Yep, you want more spermidine. But in the gut, you definitely don't want it. You want, if you basically, this is inflammasome. So, you've got, you'll actually upregulate interleukin 16, which will increase AMPs, and that will basically normalize the gut microbiome. Now, you inhibit inflammasome, you get very little activity of interleukin 16, and as a consequence, you basically get far more. You get this block, and then you get a bad gut microbiome. So AMPs actually decrease, and you get very little taurine in the gut. The taurine level of the gut declines. Spermidine and histamine goes up. There's a lot of people out there that are constantly complaining about that issue, constantly saying, like in the keto community about histamines and stuff like that. And well, you know what? If you don't eat enough meat, you do a low protein, because everybody's scared of meat for whatever reason. Because everybody is going plant-based in the keto community. It's more, have a bit of meat and a lot of plants and a lot of fat. They usually mean coconut oil. And I'm going, like Grundy. And I'm going, I just shake my head and go, yeah. And that's why everybody complains about, electrolyte imbalances. Well, obviously, because the osmolyte, which taurine is, regulates your electrolytes. If people eat enough meat, they don't have electrolyte problems on a carnivore diet. It's only when they don't eat enough animal flesh. So stop fearing the animal flesh, get into it, tuck into it, and stop being a wuss. Anyway, so that is what you need. So I would go high taurine for about a couple of months, Angela, to sort out your gut microbiome, to readjust it. You can actually take also the Deuterium. So let me just. And it was actually interleukin 18. That is that other part. I'm thinking. Must be the post-COVID situation with me. I'm been mixing up some of the stuff recently, even in my earlier stream. So yes, I'm not firing on all 4 cylinders, so to speak, or 6 or 8 cylinders, whatever you want to call it. So it was interleukin 18, to be more precise. But let me just find the. So hold on, let me just copy that. Gut microbiome. If people haven't watched this video, why haven't you watched this video? It's a great video. It really demystifies why people have gut problems and how to fix it. Eat more steaks, and you'll fix your problem. You've got a steak deficiency. That's why you've got SIBO and all these other problems. To fix up your gut microbiome, just eat more steak. We should have like a should have basically like a t-shirt. Fix your gut, eat more steak. Anyway, so now let me just find. Okay. God almighty. We'll give it, look, I'll give it a miss. I'm gonna, yeah, just focus on that. For the time being, let's just focus on the gut thing, and just do the taurine. Do at least 6 grams. If you want really faster, as long as you're not on any of the blood pressure meds, any of the stuff that could cause issues, then you could probably even go up to 10 and do that for 3 months, and that should normalize all this sort of stuff. As long as you don't have, if you've got gallbladder issue, that should be improve it as well, fix up your gallbladder. Now, if you get sludge, you will have persistent tanniness, angel, for some time until your body clears out the sludge. It can take longer than 6 months, unfortunately. So it depends. Hopefully, that's not the case with you, and you can actually clear it out and actually be in a better spot. But focus on the taurine for the time being and go up to much higher levels, because we need to basically sort out that thing if that's your main problem. If you've got sort of derangements in your gut, you will hold on to slightly more water. That's a reality. But that's not your problem. That's just basically, these are side effects of issues that are produced. We need to fix the real reason, the real culprit, which is a lack of taurine. Your gut motility as well, the peristalsis, how quickly things move through and all that, is also controlled by taurine. So you sometimes have to saturate your body, because you've never been species appropriate like the ancestors who ate freshly slaughtered animal that wasn't hung up for months to lose a lot of the taurine through the fluid loss. So you get more taurine from a freshly slaughtered animal compared to an animal that's been hung up and put into a supermarket and it's lost a lot of its fluids, which means it's lost more of its taurine. So it tends to, you don't get enough to basically saturate your body. And in particular, if you've got, things, a lot of xenoestrogens in your environment, toxins in your environment, many other things that you're still sorting out, they can deplete sulfur in the body, and so can oxalates from past indiscretions. So that can also have an effect on reducing the level of your sulfur in your body, which means that you can do less detoxification. You can do less of this sort of sorting out the regulation of the body in general. So it's that sort of stuff. So yeah, focus on that for the time being. So I would also check my other videos. There is a playlist out there that I've got about gut and microbiome. Check those playlists, because I do cover the Deuterium and all the other stuff. So check those playlists and go through that, and you'll get additional information of things that you can do to improve your gut. The Deuterium one is a really good one, because it does actually even suppress C. diff. I don't remember what I called it, but if you go through that, you'll find it. I think it does have C. diff in the title or in the description. I don't remember now. It's been a while since I did it. But there's specific strain in that one that comes out of Sweden that actually is really effective in fixing that. Anyway, yes, soups are nice in winter. Soups are really nice in winter. There's some anecdotal evidence. I have not looked into research DJ projectors, but there is some people that have had some symptoms other than yourself that have contacted me that had oxalate dumping and had some of these had triggered issues. So potentially it could be associational. I haven't seen any research, and I haven't looked into whether there's any research. So don't know, but there is a possibility. I mean, if you've had oxalate dumping and this other person had oxalate dumping, potentially. I'm not saying definitely. but I may have to look into it. Yeah. So do ask me again at a future time, and I'll look into it and see whether there is any research out there that because I haven't looked into it that part. Why is biosludge so difficult and long lasting to get rid of? Why is it just flushes out? It's not just flush out, does it stick on the walls and what? I have no idea why it actually persists for so long and why it sticks and creates these streaks within the bile ducts, and it actually clears out much slower. Don't know. Maybe it's the composition of it somehow it does that. But I had for about persistent, like most of it got sorted out within 3-4 months. After that, I would have the occasional incident now and then. I dubbed it as being, this sort of bile sludge that remains behind and sort of, slowly gets removed from the gall bladder and slowly streaks through the bile ducts, and you get the occasional incident now and then. And you know that because, you've got normal poo for a long time, and then all of a sudden you have a day where the poo comes out very soft, very, and it has this tanny color. It's like a light tan or a light brown, and you go, okay, this is bile sludge. And yes, that means that bile sludge has also bound some of the actual bile salts. That means they haven't been recycled back, so which basically means because through the ileum at the bottom of your small intestine, that's where you recycle about 95%. So if you don't recycle as much of that, and you actually a bit more actually ends up flowing into the actual, colon, then it will interact with the feces and actually give them this lighter color, which means that you've still got a bit of sludge. It still hasn't completely cleared out of your gallbladder or your bile ducts. So it is annoying because all of a sudden everything's fine, and then all of a sudden you get one of these incidents. And I was getting them occasionally, 1 month or 2 months later or 1 week later, sometimes from the previous incident. It was just haphazard all over the place. I don't get that anymore, and I'm glad I don't, but it took quite some time in order to completely get rid of that. So it was bloody annoying. In hindsight, I think maybe I should have gone hard. I was worried about, getting really all sorts of, because I was going to work and I didn't want to basically get a whole lot of diarrhea and a lot of other problems and a lot of, too much issues at work. So I took it slowly, but it ended up being really, really slowly over a very long period of time, where if I'd gone up to, rather than 4 or 6 grams, gone right up to 10 or more grams of taurine and just went hard at it, maybe that would have resolved it quicker. More issues about feeling uncomfortable in the bowels, but maybe that would have resolved it quicker. So yeah, I don't know. I'll leave that choice for people to make in that regard, because you have to live with the discomfort, so to speak, for the short term or the long term, whichever path you take. Taurine. I know Tracy loves my singing, even though it's shit. I'll keep to my day job. I had some protection as well camping. Yes, don't we all? Yes. Greasy stuff, awful stuff, with a lot of other chemicals in it as well. Golly, how the girls love butter. Yes, many all generous cow mums around the world. Have a glorious day. Thanks, Fluffy Rainbows. Deli sausage and regular sausage are not the same. Depends. It really depends, in that regard. Obviously, there are other things in them. They've got all sorts of other preservatives and stuff like that, and all sorts of crap. Yeah, they aren't the same in that regard. But let's not say that the nitrates are the big problem. No, there are a lot of other problems. Sugar, the different preservative types that exist in there, the emulsifiers. The emulsifiers are really bad. The emulsifiers actually break down the, your gut when you talk about gut permeability, the mucosal layers, well, it breaks down the mucosa. It really damages the lining of your gut. So those emulsifiers, and those emulsifiers are not only in deli meats, they're also in a lot of other processed foods. They're very bad for the gut. So that's on that basis, yes, I'd have to agree that deli stuff is bad because of those elements, but not because of the nitrates. That's the only thing, that's the least egregious problem. And the jury's out on that because it's only epidemiology. So, and it's very low in terms of statistical, we're talking about 20%, which is 1.2, an odds ratio of 1.2. It's not even at 2. You're not even generating a hypothesis. As far as I'm concerned, it's an association of irrelevance. Can too much protein on carne engage the Randle cycle due to gluconeogenesis? No. Like 7-8 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight. I heard 50% of the amino acids are gluconeogenic. The primary one is basically alanine, and it varies with the others to a very low level. If you can, most tribal people can only manage about at most 4+ grams of per kilo. So if you're looking at, for that amount, 7 or 8, you're talking about, there probably is a threshold at some point. 4 grams is not a problem. So if you're 4 grams, we're talking about 1.1 kilos. This is a 70 kilo person, 1.1 kilos, or nearly 2.5 pounds. That is 4 grams of per kilogram. So to get up to 8, you would basically have to be eating 5 pounds of, to get to that level that you're showing now. You'd have to eat 5 pounds, or 2.5 kilograms. I don't think most people would be able to eat that amount. I wouldn't. If you can actually eat 2.5 kilograms of meat, I take my hat off to you. You're pretty good, because I can't. I'll actually have a quarter of that most of the time, and sometimes I may get a bit higher. So, yeah, that's quite a lot of meat. We're talking about 5 pounds of meat for a 70 kilo person, which is a 154 pound person. Now, that's a lot. That's a shitload. So the maximum that most people in that weight will get up to is way below that, half that. And at half that, there's no issue whatsoever. It's demand driven. Now, at 7 or 8, could you get some supply driven? Potentially. But more than likely, your body will actually excrete excess or not take it in at that level. It'll just actually slow down peristalsis and actually absorb it much slower. I haven't found any research to show supply driven gluconeogenesis. And gluconeogenesis, since it's only demand driven, and I've never seen any research showing supply driven, you can actually get supply driven. Is if I actually put massive amounts in, I should see a massive bump in gluconeogenesis. That doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. There's no research. If you can find some research, I will pat you on the back. There is no research that shows that anywhere in the literature. None, zero, nada. All that happens is if you eat excess amounts of protein, like if you were to sit down and over an hour or two, put down 5 pounds of beef, or 2.5 kilograms nearly of beef, and you're 70 kilos, 54 pound person, and you're able to put that amount of meat down, all that will happen is you'll get a bit tired. you'll sort of sit back and relax, and your body will absorb that over double the amount of time. Rather than absorbing it over 6 hours, it'll absorb it over 12 hours. That's the wonderful thing about taurine that regulates peristalsis, and it will actually slow down the gut motility. And so you'll still be getting it at the same rate. You'll be taking it up. You'll just be basically absorbing those proteins at a much slower pace. So even if you manage to put that down, it still will not force up gluconeogenesis, and still will not. Just because they're gluconeogenic, it doesn't mean just because they're gluconeogenic that it's going to happen. There's only so much of an amino pool through the middle part of the small intestine. You can only take so much in at any one time. It takes about 4 hours after you've eaten quite a lot of protein before the lower sphincter in the stomach starts releasing some of that stuff in the small intestine, and it slowly comes through. And how fast it comes through depends on peristalsis. And taurine is a regulator and can actually slow it down if there's excess aminos, because the signaling from the stomach saying, we've got excess stuff coming in, slow it down and slowly absorb it. And it will just take more hours. So, for instance, if you eat a little bit of meat, you'll absorb much slower. Sorry, a little bit of meat, you'll absorb much faster. And if you eat a lot of meat, you'll slow it down and absorb it slowly over multiple hours, 6, 8, and potentially even more hours, depending on how much you've consumed. Most people only consume about 4 grams per kilo body weight, half of that, and they will absorb it over 6 to 8 hours, depending on the composition of the aminos. So they'll absorb it at that rate. So, it'll be over multiple hours. That's why when you have a lot of protein, you feel satiated. You don't feel hungry. You can't eat anything. Your body just goes, I don't want anything. Leave me alone. So, no, it cannot happen. It just defies physiology. Physiology is smarter than that. It's not stupid. The body's not stupid. It knows how, it's not going to dump it out the back and lose all that nutrition. It will just slow down its uptake. That's all it does. And it just fills up an amino pool, it uses it. It fills up another amino pool, it uses it. It fills up another amino pool over multiple hours. That's all it does. That is why it's demand driven. Any gluconeogenesis that you get, and it doesn't have, and it will not affect at all the Randall cycle. And the reason we know that is because we see that when you eat a lot of meat, you end up with an insulin to glucagon ratio of 1.2. Sorry, 1.3. That's it. It may just go slightly above 1.3. That is it. As long as you don't put any carbohydrate in, it's zero carb, just fat and protein, it goes to that level. And as long as glucagon is regulated within those physiological limits by insulin, and insulin is not too high and glucagon is not too high. If glucagon is very low and insulin is very high, all that will happen is that excess energy will get converted to fat through the liver and get stored. If, on the other hand, glucagon is very high, it'll just oxidize things very, very rapid. But that doesn't happen. That only happens when you're fasting. Insulin goes right down to zero, insulin to glucagon 0.8. But when you're actually eating a steak, it goes to 1.3. That means glucagon is much lower. So you're less able, unless glucagon is high, you can't actually produce even the cursory level of gluconeogenesis. You'll only produce just as much as the body wants. So it is irrelevant how many aminos come in. Completely irrelevant. As I said, I'll build a statue for you if you can actually find something that shows different. That doesn't exist. I've searched it. Absolutely doesn't exist. Crackpots will make up nonsense on idiotic channels. But I've also got a video on mine that actually covers this. It's not an issue. Doesn't matter how much protein. It'll just slow down the amount, or you may even throw it up because your body can't handle too much and say, fuck off, I've had enough. You've just put too much down. I can't slow things down any further. So there's a limit, that your body will take before it starts sort of going, enough. So I wouldn't worry. It's just nonsense. If anybody's saying that, they're just dickheads. arseholes, lunatics, completely deranged nutcrackers. You can describe them in multiple different colourful ways. I just call them crackpots and morons. Any plan of doing videos on tissue remodeling, trying to judge eye, spine? Yeah, there is. I do have stuff about the eyes and about the spine and all sorts of things. Spine is much harder to sort out in that regard. Believe me, you don't get a lot of there's not a lot of blood vessels around the spine, and the only real way to maintain spinal, it's really the fat soluble vitamins and protein is really the only way of maintaining this sort of stuff. The other problem with spines are, oxalates. Oxalate crystals can actually go into spine, which actually can prevent the spine from healing properly, which is a big problem. I don't have a solution. We can use citric acid to lower the oxalate levels in our bodies, but nobody has ever done an experiment to work out how long does it take to clear out oxalate crystals within bones, in particular the bones of the spine. That's an area I did look into it for a while, and I did do a video on that as well. There is a video on my channel, but if you type oxalates and Harry Serpanos, you'll find the video. I probably spent a week in one case trying to find solutions, and I couldn't find anything on PubMed. There was next to nothing. There's no research, not even in animals. So little research. There's sort of these case studies where they show the actual results, but nobody's actually investigated solutions. The only things that I can think is citric acid reducing that amount, but then how long does that take to get to, and if it's actually inside parts of the actual bone, and it really, could it take quite a long time for that to reduce, and how long will it take then for that bone that doesn't get enough blood circulation in that area to actually heal? And are there any sort of movements or exercise you can do to sort of improve that sort of side? There are some nerve endings. And there is, Jess that is on Bart's, occasionally. I'm not saying that technique will work, but the NRT method does influence the actual nervous system. I believe that you'd have to do a combination of taurine, combination of citric acid, and then possibly this sort of nerve type manipulation, all that may improving that sort of tissue types. But I don't know enough about her NRT technique, and about major spinal problems. It's one of those really difficult areas to sort out. Eyes are much easier. Taurine really helps in reducing oxidation. Things like alpha lipoic acid can be really good for that as well. You don't want to take alpha lipoic acid long term. It can cause other problems, but for a 3-month stint, it can be a very good thing to sort out stuff like that. Stem cell type enhanced products like Soror probably can help. Physotin, senolytic type approaches to clear out some of the damaged stuff in the eyes and actually allow for the eyes to heal much quicker. So that, because less cytokine producing senescent cells inside the eye means that the eye can heal much faster as a consequence by getting rid of those with senolytics. But when it comes to the spine, it's one of those really difficult things. I've made a number of attempts to try and come up with some bloody solution for spinal issues, and I've really struggled to come up with anything that really I'm confident enough will work, other than taurine and citrates to sort of break down the oxalates. But I don't know whether that's enough to sort of fix the problem with the fat soluble vitamins of the diet and all that, and enough protein, maybe. Maybe weight bearing, once you get rid of the oxalates, you can do a bit more and see whether that improves that pressure, which forces the growth of bone under pressure. There's a lot of things like that, and when do you do it and when you don't do it, how vulnerable you are, how vulnerable is the bone, could you end up with fractures? It's really, unless you actually have a doctor to do testing to know exactly what the density is of that bone and all that, and whether it's prone to fracture under pressure or not, it's just impossible to advise on these sort of things. It's just fraught with danger, and I don't want to put anyone under risk. I would say, stick to a carnivore diet, clean up your diet and work on it. And over time, you should see improvements. How quick? No friggin' idea, mate. No friggin' idea. I wish I had a solution for you, but I don't. And I don't think you'll find anyone out there that does, because there's so little research, and most other people will just be speculating, and they may do the wrong thing by you and actually cause you fractures and more damage. So, yeah. Yep. Oh, that's right. Previous question. Yes, we covered that one. Anyway, more fat is... Yes, you can get plenty of fat from your own fat cells if you've got them. If you don't, then you should basically eat more fat. Depends how you balance the fat intake from your body or from your own intake through your mouth. So depends where you're at in your life story. I can't shift the extra again from priming challenge. I'm so impatient. Yes, you are, Tracy. Yes, you are. Have you been doing the fasting stuff? I haven't looked into the priming stuff myself sufficient, but they have. I can't remember how many days of fasting do they do after. Don't they do priming and then fasting and then a bit of again? I probably should have looked into it, what they actually do, to understand. But I think they prime and then they fast for a certain length of time so they can get their metabolic rate up, and then sort of go into a fasted state with a high metabolic rate is the approach that they do from what I understand. But yes, higher protein can help the thermic effect, and some people are slightly different genetically, so may need more protein, less fat. Yeah, they say mechanistic rodent studies don't matter if no human outcome statistics support. Yep. Oh, we covered that before. That's right. We covered that before. Oh, yeah, they'll say that sort of shite because that's the sort of people they are. Yes, and that. Recently, I was fasting for 3 days and lots of farting, bloating. This never happened before. How is that possible when there is no more food in the colon that can ferment? Look, your body can farting and bloating and stuff like that. You can still be due to you can still generate some gases from certain types of bacteria, even if there's no food. And yeah, it's depends. So sometimes you may have to, Stefan, go for a period of, to investigate, like doing some sort of kefir thing to bring some lactobacillus in and some other bacterial strains, just in case you need to rebalance your bacteria slightly. Some people, even though they eat a carnivore diet, still tend, because they've got very little lactobacillus and stuff like that, and bifidobacteria, and they tend to still have, firmicutes, too many firmicutes, which the other bacterial strains keep under control. Now, you need some firmicutes, but you don't want a lot. That's what, when people are on a plant-based diet, they end up producing shitloads of firmicutes. Their firmicutes level goes really high, and they have this bloating, farting effect as a vegan. And then they may have lost the other strains due to glyphosate and stuff like that are more sensitive to being lost. So they go on a carnivore diet. The others some of the other bacteria slightly improve. Firmicutes slightly comes down, but doesn't really resolve, doesn't rebalance properly. And so I find that when people do a kefir and try and get some of the bifidobacteria, the lactobacillus, and other things like that into the system, again, they usually then resolve things. So it just could be that an unbalanced microbiome, that even if you put taurine in, if the other strains don't exist there, well, they're not going to rebalance it, are they? They just aren't. So that's part of it, unfortunately. Anyway. Anyway, we covered that. Any studies showing deuterium in seed oils, Harry? Very interesting. They're in Russian, if you can read Russian. So I will be doing something later on covering this sort of stuff on the amount. So, but it's mainly Russian research. Laszlo Boris talks about it, and he talks about these sort of stuff in his own study and stuff like that. So, but I haven't done yet the deuterium videos. I talk about it, but I haven't done them. I need to really do them. I've just been doing other things as a priority at the moment, so you'll have to wait. Cancer and other things that are bigger priorities at the moment are taking up most of my time to help save people's lives. And that's more important than basically biochemistry for the occasional person. So people have to wait for the other stuff. Simple as that. So, but it is coming this year. There will be more deuterium stuff later on this year. David, how are you, mate? Have you ever seen Ray P's progesterone stuff, Harry? He seems very into it. Not sure if he's reasoning through. No, his reasoning is shit. Look, Ray Pitt has got reductionist. He says like, this causes this, and so that must happen. And that doesn't happen because there are cases where your body can actually be both in that state or that state, But he only talk about one. He'll only talk the one that actually promotes his thinking. So, and it's reductionist. It's just a reductionist. The body doesn't really work like that. So he likes to make he likes to make a case for sugar. And so he says, oh, if you don't take this, you won't have this. But the body doesn't work in reductionist ways because it's like the thyroid. The thyroid may need certain things, but if it doesn't have zinc, selenium, potassium, enough protein, zinc, and stuff like that, it's not going to work. It needs those cofactors in that. Remember, these people talk about this, about thyroid and stuff like that, but I don't see them healing people with thyroid problems. I do. Remember Luke Gear, one of our, the guy that comes on, he used to have a thyroid disorder, Hashimoto's. He doesn't have a thyroid disorder anymore. He does a high carnivore. He abandoned all the plants. He does taurine and high and a carnivore diet, and gets sunbakes out and gets enough vitamin D into the therapeutic range. He no longer has the condition. And not only that, because when you have Hashimoto's thyroiditis, you have the actual active disease. You can't even put muscle on. You've seen how Lukey's built up muscle, bulked up. People that have got thyroid disease really are cold and really weak and can't actually build muscle. Before, he was like that, a grunt. He couldn't actually build muscle because he had Hashimoto's. Once he eliminated the Hashimoto's, he just bulked up. Yes, now the women notice him. He's no longer a skinny little runt. He's actually a bulked up, very masculine man. So, I don't see Ray Pete's followers doing that. It's like, look at my hair. You guys have seen my hair, and you've seen my fucking genetics as well. That I've basically got. Many of my cousin Harry's, he's bald. Well, my cousin John, he's bald. Well, he's got a lot of alopecia. The guy that actually with Robbie, that interviews Ray Pete while he's hiding. Georgie Blinkov. He's got shitloads of alopecia, that guy. I used to have alopecia. On a species-appropriate diet, I no longer have alopecia. So it's absolute bullshit. I can make a claim for anything. You need this to do this. Yeah, this nutrient supports that. But just because you have that nutrient, there's a whole lot of other biological processes that are interacting in a complex way that these people completely ignore. That's why they never resolve their problems. And you've got these people just going to them all the time, trying to resolve these issues. They get sucked into that nonsense. But, oh, you're doing it wrong or that, like the vegans, give us a break. No, you're doing it species inappropriate. That's why you got the problem, So now if you don't eat enough protein, well, what's the hair made of? Your body made of? Skin and everything. Protein. You need protein. Even the Ray Peat fan club knows that it's protein. They just use a different energy source. Not fat, but sugar, which is high in deuterium. We know long term it's not a good thing. And your hormones need fat. They don't need sugar. But the protein levels, biotin in eggs and stuff like that, they promote all that because they know it friggin' works. But it's all, basically, we've got a better energy source and all those nutrients, and it's called a carnivore diet. So, they selectively pick the stuff that they want to promote and for their message. So they're just bloody nonsense. I have done 3 videos on Ray Peat. I should create a playlist, as I said, a Ray Peat playlist like I did with the myths and falsehoods of veganism. So I should put them all together into a playlist. I'll do that at sometime this week. And there will be more stuff to rip apart Ray Peat and all his nonsense. And there's a lot of it. And Bart's done a bit as well. So you should check out Bart as well. It's a lot of reductionist nonsense, unfortunately, and contradictory nonsense. And as I go through that nonsense, you'll realize what I'm talking about. G'day, Lukey. Good morning. Out for the gym. Fair enough, mate. Enjoy yourself. It's that Lukey that actually has bulked up on a carnivore diet and good levels of vitamin D and sorted out his Hashimoto's thyroiditis. Anyway, salad seems to super erratic of late. Well, exactly. If you're on friggin' 400 grams of carbs, what do you expect? Needs to chill with the fructose. Exactly. Also, when you use fructose, you glycate the living daylights out of your body and you deplete taurine in the body. Yes, you do. Fructose depletes taurine. Yes. And that means if you're depleting taurine, like the crackpot, our salad boy does, what happens is, as a consequence of that, he will have less ability to calm his nerves because, anxiety, increasing, only happen. You can only do it, reduce anxiety, increase the calcium needs to be regulated in the body, so you don't get excitation in the brain cells. Well, taurine is the thing that actually regulates all that. Well, guess what it is in meat and fish, and dairy. If you're eating enough of those foods, animal foods, then you're getting enough. And as long as you're not eating enough shit to deplete that stuff, you're not going to be erratic. It's just as erratic as the vegans, the sad dieters, because they all eat too many sulfur depleting nutrients. They're called sugar. God almighty. Fructose also depletes magnesium. Very well said, Gary, and it does as well, like many other things, potassium, magnesium, and many other things. So, what do you think? This guy is a bit erratic. He's got problems, but the thing is, for him, his ego is too big for him to say, I fucked up. I made a mistake. You've heard me on a number of occasions where on minor things, and they're minor things, but I still owned up to them. I didn't hide it from you. I said, well, I did this, this, and this. I actually told you. That's the difference. He's a crackpot who can't accept and take responsibility for his mistakes. And he's so committed to those mistakes now that he's basically damaging his health. What can you say? What an idiot. Why would you persist doing something when it's not good for your health? But unfortunately, yeah, shit happens. G'day, Jin. Good to see you, mate. How are things in Korea? Or you're in Australia anyway. You're not over there at the moment, or are you here at the moment? I suspect you're here. Pretty hard to get out unless you've gone over to see your parents or relatives or don't know. Wake up, but getting up is another story. Yes. Some of us struggle. Adrian, good to see you. Harry, any ideas as to the mechanisms that determine why some people's cholesterol increases that when they eat cholesterol-rich foods and why others it doesn't? Thank you. Like me. It's called ApoE. Now there is, let me just show you. You can go away, check this video at your own time. Okay. Better finish my milk. It's nearly 8 o'clock. Should have finished it an hour ago. So anyway, videos, playlists. And I did this on Pim's channel, my chats with Pim. And it is the third video, ApoE genotype. It's that one there. So check that out. Usually people that have got an ApoE of 4 tend to basically have high cholesterol. All it is, let me quickly just give you the overview. Through your body, there's a certain level of energy that needs to be circulating through your body at every single time. Okay? And it can be in all sorts of lipoproteins. There are chylomicrons that leave the gut wall and then circulate through the body, giving all the cells. And then you get chylomicron remnants, the remainder that will go to including chylomicrons, go to adipose tissue, come out of adipose tissue, and go to the other cells and all that. At some point, those chylomicron remnants will go back and they will meet up with a HDL and they'll say, hi, HDL, can I have the key to get inside the liver and get re-exported out as a VLDL? And they basically will say, oh, you're a 4-4. You've got 4-4 genes. Oh, here's the key. Take it, go in. And it will go in, get re-exported out in a VLDL. And then it will shrink. As it goes, the VLDL will become an IDL and then an LDL. It shrinks. So the more VLDL that goes, more chylomicron remnants that go inside the actual liver and then get re-exported, the more LDL you'll have. The same amount of energy is in the system in terms of floating around to provide energy for the body. It's just in different vessels. Just because we can measure LDL doesn't mean it has any bearing. As long as it's not oxidized and it's native, irrelevant. Some people have an ApoE, and this has to do with sugar metabolism. So in the interglacial periods, there were 2 interglacial periods in the early parts of the Homo sapiens. In both those ones, one was not as warm as the current one, and we actually we started consuming periodically a bit of sugar. the body, to prevent a lot of inflammation in the body, because when you actually put in the liver a lot of sugar and fat at the same time, what happens? You end up with fatty liver, you end up with insulin resistance, with Randall cycle activation. But if you're a tribal person that doesn't see any sugar because you're in a glacial period, which the majority of the period of our speciation existed, you're just producing glucose from gluconeogenic precursors of either protein or the glycerol backbone of triglycerides, glycerol. So, not a problem if those remnant chylomicrons get the key, the ApoE44 key from the actual HDL, and run inside and get re-exported out. So you end up with less chylomicron component and more VLDL LDL component. But if you've got a 3-3, it will actually, so you go there and the HDL will go, oh, here's a key. It's an ApoE33 key, but you'll have to wait because there are others trying to get through and there are less receptor sites. And so you'll have to wait, we're different genetics. You'll have to wait. You don't get, as a consequence, you will export out less of that, ending up. So it's a protective mechanism, the first one. Then you're in an interglacial period where you start eating some sugar. The body goes, oh, we have to adapt to this because basically this can actually cause insulin resistance, can be unhealthy. So let's just slow down the uptake of chylomicron remnants. That's what happened. That was that genetic thing that happened around 200,000 years ago. So, which was an ApoE of 3-3. Then, in a other interglacial period that preceded this one, there was even more sharper, increase in temperature. Global warmers won't tell you that, but anyway, it did happen. And as a consequence, you shifted even further to an ApoE of 2-2. So you would actually have remnant chylomicrons waiting for hours potentially before they could get in. Those people have very low LDL because it doesn't go in, the fats from the chylomicrons to go through and actually get through the system. Got it? That's the difference. Now, you can have non-native LDL, VLDL, IDL, the whole bloody lot. So why do we focus on LDL? Because that was the only thing we could measure back then. And so we demonized it because at the time people were eating a lot of vegetable oils, oxidizing those LDL particles, because the longer the esterified cholesterol stays inside, so when it comes first through the gut and comes into the actual circulation, and then as a chylomicron remnant, because it takes about 10 minutes, then it goes to the liver as a chylomicron remnant. It will stay in circulation for longer if it doesn't have the right key. But if it has the right key, which is the 4-4, it'll go immediately into LDL. Now, if you've actually eaten seed oil, that initial 10 minutes won't oxidize too much. It won't actually cause too much reactivity. But by the time you actually get it out of the system and it goes into basically a VLDL and it shrinks down to an IDL, it's concentrated. And it's not the cholesterol, that's a waxy material. That's not oxidized. It's the fatty acids from the seed oils that are esterified. Those three fatty acids that are connected to the actual molecule of the cholesterol, esterified cholesterol as it's called. That's the problem, not the cholesterol. The fatty acids that are oxidized that are sitting there, that can actually create reactivity and cause damage to the internal part of the LDL, the membrane, and that can cause leakage of primary and secondary oxidation products, which then affects and damages the outer membrane of the LDL. Then that LDL no longer has glycocalyx pericellular matrix that can prevent the stickiness, because your endothelium has that, and so does the outer perimeter of your lipoprotein, so they don't stick. to the walls. But if they basically can't bounce off and all that because they don't have a negative electric charge, because you've damaged that now with the oxidation, now you've got oxidized LDL with damaged surface. That can stick and actually cause reactivity to the cell wall. That's the beginning of oxidative stress in the cell wall. Got it? So eat seed oils will cause that. Nothing to do with cholesterol. Who gives a shit what your genetics, whether you have the primitive genetics that the chimps have, 4-4 or 4, or a 4-3, slightly that, and it means you're taking out remnant cholesterol, remnant chylomicrons quickly, and then putting into circulation more VLDL, so you end up with more LDL. The end of the day, it doesn't matter which boat it's in. If it's oxidized, it's a problem. It's non-native. If you don't eat seed oils, you're not going to get any oxidized LDL. It doesn't matter how high it is. Remember, most centenarians are very high in cholesterol, have very high, because people that have got a 4-4, a gene type, an ApoE of 4-4, actually also tend to be basically much better at responding to infections. That's why more centenarians tend to have higher cholesterol and tend to be more 4-4s. They live longer. So consider yourself lucky. The last thing you want to do is actually lower it. As long as you don't oxidize it by putting in seed oils, you're fine. You're good to go, Adrian. You should consider yourself lucky, because most centenarians are really running those sort of genes. They're either, it's only crackpots that actually have a different opinion. It's crazy, the sort of stuff that we believe. Believe me, it's just madness. Ox LDL is a problem, not native. That our genes have been producing for a very, very long time, as Gary points out there quite clearly. Yes. What are they doing with LMH studies at the moment? I doubt there will be any real answers through. Not really. Look, Tracy, every year that I actually look at stuff, education is becoming more woke and more unscientific. It's becoming more ideologically driven. I think science is basically under phenomenal threat at the moment throughout the entire Western world. How people feel is more important than our understanding of what actually works and how our bodies and the world around us work. We live in a crazy, crazy time. Thoughts on paleomedicine? Hungary saying that dairy has a 5-to-1 ratio of calcium to magnesium. This leads to increased risk of cardiovascular disease. Absolute nonsense. Absolute freaking nonsense. Absolute idiots they are. Another reductionist piece of nonsense. It's a bit like, you need to get your PUFA ratio right, or this ratio. What a bunch of crackpottery, reductionist, absolute excrement. That's all I can say. I got no respect for some of their bullshit. It's old, basically paleo nonsense that's been rehashed to this modern era. If you're eating enough meat, which they don't, because they don't recommend high meat, they actually recommend more fat and less protein. That's why you get these problems. If you're eating enough meat, the meat will have enough taurine, and taurine actually will excrete excess calcium and actually push more calcium into the actual cell, more magnesium and potassium inside the cells, and reduce the calcium inside the cells and put more calcium where in the bones where it needs to be, or excrete it, one of the two. It's actually a natural calcium channel blocker. That's what basically taurine is. It's nature's calcium channel blocker, and it doesn't work like the medication, which is like a blunt instrument, but it's a regulatory one, regulating the right levels of calcium in that. And also between the membrane potential between the intra and extracellular fluids, between bloodstream and cells and stuff like that, it actually, between those ion channels, it will actually maintain electroneutrality and move through ions back and forward to make sure that right gradient is inside the cells to maintain proper pressure, because it's one of the most ancient molecules, taurine. It basically originated deep inside those oceans to basically provide control of pressure. That was its first role, the regulation of pressure of the cell. I actually I've done a taurine chat with Pim Johnson. That playlist that I put earlier there, the ApoE, it'll be in that playlist shortly when Pim and I cover taurine, I cover some of these aspects. So this is reductionist excrement from these people. Absolutely garbage. You know, I can't believe that they're actually putting forward this absolute nonsense. There have been people like the Maasai that live over 100, okay, that consume milk, and many other pastoralists. Most of the bloody pastoralists are the longest lived people, like the Icarians, the Okinawans, and the people down in Nagoya, and even the vegetarians. 50%, over 50%, as Grundy said, was dairy that they consumed. Plus the people down in Costa Rica that also are pastoralists. I mean, the pastoralists are the ones that live bloody longer. I mean, what are these people talking about? God Almighty, are they serious? It's like they told Bjorn ages ago to basically go on a high retinol diet and consume shitloads of organ meats every day, and he ended up, causing himself some issues. I mean, ridiculous. Oh, God. Bizarre, some of the thinking that some people have. Adrian, please, there is some good stuff in the carnivore community, but there is some shit as well. And that sort of group, I think, has a lot of, they do, look, putting somebody on a meat-based diet is a good thing. Doesn't matter who does it. But some of the thinking in that group is absolutely wrong, demonstrably wrong. And I just have to give you those longevity populations that are pastoralists. My great-grandfather was a pastoralist living off goat milk and meat and basically lived to 107. So I don't think most of these guys are going to live to 107 like my grandfather. Give us a fucking break. They're just dodgy as dog shit if they're saying that sort of nonsense. They sound like the traditional paleo people. Fucking hell, I spent a bit of time in the paleo community. All I ended up is getting kidney stones from all the oxalates. Fucking idiots. Dylan, yeah, yes, exactly. I'll leave that as a comment and move on. Beef-based, how are you, mate? Good to see you. Yes, it is Anzac Day. Good to celebrate Anzac Day. And remember the old diggers that did fight for our freedoms. Unfortunately, we have woke people today that disrespect them, and we should spit on them as they spit on us. Anyway, Russian packs were lethal. I think I still have biscuits browns lodged in my intestines. Yeah, probably. Yeah, they were pretty bad. Yes. Does the fat of the sad diet have the deuterium profile of the foods they are eating? Depends on what they're eating, I mean, if they're basically eating, a grain-fed cow, the deuterium content will be a bit more, but not much. We're talking about let's say a grass-fed cow, its fat has 120 to 122 parts per million. A cow that is basically will have 122 to 24. So it's not massive. And the reason for that is basically that the body can actually dehydrogenase and deuterium deplete. So it can actually swap in and swap out of the Krebs cycle, these sort of things. So it can actually reduce the sort of stuff. And at the same time, it's not eating the actual carbohydrates that are coming in. They are being basically fermented by the bacteria. So the bacteria end up in the actual bloodstream. Now, they too take a bit of deuterium, the actual bacteria, and they do absorb and eat the bacteria in the last chamber, but they don't get a lot of that. Most of that gets shitted out. It's mostly fermented. There's not as much deuterium that comes in, so it's very minor, even non-grass. So no, that don't really, it's minor. And in some cases it can vary, it's very close in that regard. It's more about the fatty acid profile and a few other things where they'll be different one from the other, but it's definitely going to be healthier than the carbs that these people eat. That's where most of their deuterium is coming from, the carbs and the seed oils. Diverticulitis, Harry, what do you suggest to fix that? I would say a carnivore diet, mate. Max, carnivore diet, and persist with a carnivore diet, and I would go higher doses of taurine for a number of months to basically, because most of those tissue types, and I also would consider the other, because remember, this is all collagen degrading enzymes that are regulating this. You need to lower the collagen degrading enzymes, so you need to up your taurine, you need to up the fat soluble vitamins, so eat more eggs. I would basically do more eggs and steaks and some taurine and stuff like that to basically get the nutrients back to fix this, because these are, remember, collagen structures, your gut. So it will take some time depending on how much damage there is, but you need to get the fiber out that's been doing the damage, and you need to get all the plants out that are causing the oxidative stress. And then slowly but surely, the actual nutrients will slowly heal that body. You can sort of, if you're going to do any dairy, I would actually recommend some dairy with like goat cheese, and because it's got a slightly more medium chain triglycerides, which will increase the amount of ketones that can be generated, and that can help as well to provide some additional short chain fatty acids for the colon. G'day, Shelley. Good morning. Yes, so yes, that's the way to go. What did Tracy put there? What did you put there? Hope it's comical. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, the taurine thing, yes. Oops. Let me share that. Turn that off. Turn that off. And share that. We all enjoy when Tracy takes the mickey out of me. Taurine, taurine, taurine. Taurine, taurine, taurine. Anyway, taurine, enough with that joker. Off with his head. Anyway, Harry, does fructose cause an insulin spike? No, fructose has far lower insulin effect than glucose. So it's glucose that actually causes more of a spike. But it actually does do other damaging things. One, it actually can still engage the Randall cycle. It converts to sugar, so it goes through the same pathway that the body uses to detox alcohol. So it's basically just as bad. It glycates like shit. Nowadays, most, up until very recently, they believed that it glycated 7 times more glycating than, that means stickiness, That means sugary stickiness on the proteins and preventing them folding properly. That's a problem. If proteins don't fold properly, that is a problem, especially beta amyloid when it's highly glycated, won't fold properly. Yeah, you keep on doing that. That's called insulin resistance 3, and it's usually called Alzheimer's or dementia in the plain lingo. So fructose has been shown in experimental research is not 7, but 10 times more glycating. So if you were to have 100 grams of fructose, it would be the equivalent of a kilo or 2.2 pounds of glucose. Not many people consume that amount of glucose. So it just tells you how glycating, and our salad boy is Mr. Saladino. Yes, I don't even classify him as, that's why I call him salad boy, because he basically recommends something like 100 or even more now, in terms of fructose. Yes. And remember, sugar, fructose, is much higher in deuterium than is glucose. So it does much more damage to the mitochondria, not only causing liver fat, but also causing more damage to the mitochondria. So yeah, take your pick. It also inhibits the mitochondria. So it actually inhibits energy production. It's a nasty piece of work. So I don't understand why people even promote it. It's actually good if you want to fatten yourself up. Fructose basically slows down the mitochondrial function and actually increases fat accumulation. That's why it was used. That's why when you combine fat and fructose, you fatten up the quickest. That is why a whole lot of animals use fructose to fatten up seasonally. Our ancestors did it as well. So if you want to basically be inducing every day, the Randall cycle on oxidative stress and insulin resistance in order to basically fatten up, go for it. Eat as much as you like of honey and fruit out of season. That's what people do. It's nasty stuff, but it won't spike insulin to the same level. No, but it has a lot of other deleterious effects in the body, so not a good thing. How effective do you think about MSM, glucosamine sulfate, and chondroitin for osteoarthritis? Look, MSM, I do actually recommend MSM, but the other type of stuff, glucosamine, phosphate, and chondroitin, you don't really, you get enough. You get enough from the food that you eat, and your body can synthesize some of that from precursors that you eat, like if you eat a high protein diet and all that. MSM is a sulfur amino acid like taurine, like methionine and stuff like that, like cysteine and stuff like that. So it can contribute. It does. MSM will be utilized highly in the hair, in the nails. It sort of binds the keratin. So it is important in certain types of tissue collagen types. So it can play a role, but the body can actually produce something similar and do the same thing with a high protein diet. What we do is, and high taurine and high methionine, because methionine then is that sulfur amino acid that plays that role. But what we can do is, by taking MSM or taurine additional, we can spare some of these things, especially as we're trying to heal things. So we give ourselves a bit more to heal these sort of things. You can improve the thickness of your hair and also the strength of your hair. The nail strength and all that can be improved. But that's from all sulfur amino acids, including MSM and all that. But some of us actually use MSM. I've used MSM and many others, basically to assist in those sort of things, especially when you're depleting those sulfurs from oxalate. And I had oxalate dumping, and while I was doing oxalate dumping, I did take quite a bit of 2 grams of MSM to spare some of the other sulfur amino acids in my body. So that's what I did. But it's up to you whether you want to take some additional sulfur. You can take additional taurine. It's up to you which way you want to go. When it comes to MSM, it will go to specific tissue types more than some of the other sulfur amino acids. So it does tend to actually improve and get concentrated far more in like nails. So some women love to have long, strong nails. So MSM is really good for them for that. Some women like to have very long hair. So if you want to have really long hair that is actually the fibers are much thicker and stronger, then MSM can help in that as well. But if you're a regular bloke and all that, you probably don't need it. And you're not growing big nails or long hair. So, and as long as you don't have any issues with oxalate dumping and stuff like that, less of an issue and all that. If you take all this sort of stuff, will it help with osteotype arthritis and all that? Yes and no. It can depend to some extent. But remember, it also has to do with if you've got too much inflammation caused by inflammatory cytokines at the site of the arthritic damage, what will happen is those cytokines being generated from the senescent cells in that tissue will generate far more matrix metalloproteinase activation to that tissue type. And that will cause more degradation, and it'll be a struggle trying to actually resolve that. The best way is actually to try and reduce the amount of senescent cells, with the senolytics like Pfizer and other strategies like that, to reduce oxidative stress with taurine and stuff like that. And then the other stuff actually starts working from the real food much better in improving those tissue types. Now, some of this stuff not going to hurt you, but it is pricey. And I sort of, when I'm balancing price, I can get it from a cheaper taurine and a lot of meat. I can get very similar effects. So why bother? Sort of is sort of the approach. But if you've got money to throw, who am I to tell you how to spend your money? I ate 4 or 5 pounds of meat plus many eggs and all that because of extreme hunger, because I was restricting a lot before and stay lean, but now I decided to eat the hunger, and that's the result. Oh, that's fine. If you have been protein deficient for a very long time, like Hello Kitty was like that as well, and I encouraged her to eat shitloads. She was eating way more than most women do of protein and all that, and I encouraged that because she actually just lifted something light, like a light piece of weight, and actually fractured her wrist because she was eating a protein deficient diet, and she had very, very low bone density and muscle density. She was very weak and frail, and she's a young, relatively, young woman. So basically I got her, and she was ravenous. Once she started eating protein, she wanted more. She said, I can eat more and more. I said, just keep on eating. Your body's saying, wow, she's eating protein, give me more. That's different. So if you're eating that amount of meat, keep on eating it. If your body desires it, your body needs that material to rebuild its bones and muscles. So eat it, because you've deprived your body for a very long time, So, yeah, but if you're healthy and all that, you didn't have, all these other issues, yeah, I'd say, but if you're basically really, you don't have enough muscle mass, you don't have enough bone mass, you really need to prioritize. And I actually encourage people that have been on a vegan diet or anything, have got low bone density and all that. I do not encourage them to lift weights because they could cause themselves fractures. I encourage them to prioritize meat and shitloads of meat and eggs to rebuild their tissue, their muscles and their bones, so their density, so they can basically then do these things. And now she basically carries weights and carries stuff like heavy stuff from the supermarket and all that. And she says, it doesn't bother me that much. And I go, yes, because you've got more bone density now. You've got more muscle mass as well. And she is more muscular. So she has grown muscles and all that. She actually occasionally does that to me and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, she shows off that she's got more muscle. Anyway, got a video on pimps and tims and planning anything. Are you planning anything? Not yet. Not yet. I haven't started putting together. I've got stuff in folders, but I haven't really sat down to do all my videos on the vascular stuff, the vascular tree, and all that sort of stuff. It will happen. It will happen, but I haven't actually put it together yet. So endothelial dysfunction. I talk about it all the time. You hear me about all this sort of stuff, but I need to put the videos together at some stage. So it will happen. Anyway, I lift weights, which exacerbates hunger even more, but I'm seeing very good strength gains now with all the protein and calories. That's fine. Yes, the energy, not calories. We don't talk about heat. We talk about energy. Yes, your higher energy intake is good in that regard. What's boring, mate? If you find too much science made easy, is the way that I actually put it. Boring? Well, we're not probably the channel for you, Ken. There are other channels that do comedy and other things. I don't do that. I just do humor when it comes to the Vagoons and anyone else. Yes, I know. I don't know whether. I hope he's not. He has to put further down more stakes, more dates. I don't know whether he's winding me up or anything, but anyway, I hope he's not. I hope he's here to learn a few things. This is for people to ask their questions for their problems and issues and all that, and get some information. And if you want more information, Ken, check out some of my videos. I don't know what, I don't entertain. I will use a bit of humor. Most of my subscribers do know I use a bit of humor here and there and joke and stuff like that. And I'm a bit lighthearted, but generally it's to answer people's queries about their health problems and stuff like that. And that's why I do these long sessions, and people tend to like them. If they're not your cup of tea, check out some of my other videos. You may be interested in more of the, those sort of videos that are, looking at specific studies and science. And actually, I provide all my references in the description, so you can actually look at all the studies on your own if you want to look at them in more depth, if that's what you find more interesting. Anyway, apparently someone's up, the dude sitting talking about nutrition and health. Is it a Marvel movie or whatever? No, this isn't a Marvel movie. No. This is nutrition stuff, sort of made easy. Well, as easy as possible, trying to demystify certain things. Your length is perfect, Harry. Thanks, Beef Based. Oh, well, you never know. You never know. They may appear one of these days. But you know what? You can't actually leave a comment unless you subscribe to the channel. So you have to be a subscriber to the channel before you can actually leave a comment. But then again, they may subscribe for a period of time just to harass me and then unsubscribe. So, that's always a possibility. G'day, DC. Yes, Llama would say that he wants tits and bum and all that sort of stuff. You're on the wrong channel, Llama. We were looking at some alpacas, me and Paul yesterday. God, they would have excited you, mate. God, you'd be randy on those. Anyway, let's move on. This is keep it clean, Harry. Keep it clean. Bits of live stream. Yes. Some wisdom and some humor. It's made of flowers. You can put flowers in it. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Very much so. I'm glad I stopped the nonsense about 7 months ago after 1 year of high carb diet. Fat diet felt far better when I was doing keto. Good to hear. Celadino has lost it. Honey on burgers, unforgivable. What? God almighty. Can you, I mean, even in my own honey days, I just put honey on bread in the old days. Honey on burgers? Ugh. God almighty. How fucking crazy can you be? I mean, if you put ketchup, it'd be one thing. But honey on burgers? Oh, God. He's really lost the plot. I just want to put fructose on this. I want to really engage the Randall cycle. He's got no fucking idea about the Randall cycle, does he? To be putting on a burger, because a burger tends to have more fat than a steak. Adding honey on that is just basically, okay, Randall cycle activation. Let's fatten up. What a cockwomble. Absolutely, he's lost the plot. Well, tomorrow there is a video that Bart K is doing on Salad Boy, so he'll be roasting him tomorrow morning. So be there. I'll see if I can, because by the time I get up and get ready for work, I'll probably have to watch it later on. But if I do get up early enough, then I may jump on and take a quick squeeze before heading off to work. So I may pop in, but otherwise I'll have to watch it later on. But it'll still be a nice roasting even later on to enjoy. Yeah, pretty much. God, how can a person go that really dark, that really bad? Got no idea, how he's just sort of brain shrinking. No, he's probably not. He's probably not depriving himself of too much protein. That is, I think he's getting enough protein, so unlikely brain shrinkage. But he's definitely going to be causing himself other derangements. What I eat in a day to glycate my brain while shilling organ supplements. Exactly. Perfectly said. Yes. Oh, God. I'm still in Australia, in the community farm. Been staying over 7 months. I'm like what is C19. I'm hanging out with cows and eating them. Fair enough. As long as you're enjoying yourself, that's the main thing. Good to hear. Gee, the cows around here are not edible. What Tracy means is she can't get the butcher knife and go out there and grab one without getting into trouble. I honestly think there's a reason organs taste so disgusting. These guys are pushing them to be consumed at an extreme level. Exactly. Actually, all people can actually have a bit of, I know from my own experience, I can have a bit of organ meats and yeah, not a problem. If I have too much, I immediately, I do love liver, but if I have had too much liver, my body goes, ugh, I just don't feel like it at all. And that tells you something. And when you force your body then to eat more, you're basically going against your body. Muscle meats are the game. Occasionally a bit of organ meats here or there, especially fried quite a bit, or thin strips, and making them, the one like I bake them with oregano or especially with rosemary, thin strips. They lose a lot of their nutrition. And that's actually a good thing because they're not very high then, very dense. So you can actually eat slightly more. And they're very like these crunchy little addiction things. That, fine. That's how a lot of Greeks consumed them. And so they actually lower their nutrient density by cooking them the way they cook them. So it's less an issue, or the way they do in the cucurezzi on the skewer wrapped around with the intestine. and there it's all the different organs. So you're getting a bit of all these sort of and they don't, they eat them a couple of times a week, as a snack, a small amount. If you're eating this massive amount of liver every day or stuff like that, that's just over vitaminose. It's just ridiculous. These people are crazy. And they'll end up causing problems. They'll end up causing, if you get too much like pantothenic acid, as I've told you, because I did a video ages ago with Bart about pantothenic acid storing in the body, even though research says it doesn't. This was an old study. So I did a video on his. I'm not sure whether it's on his main thing or in his Patreon thing. You'll have to ask him. I don't know whether it's behind it. It's, one of those you have to be a member or not to be able to see it. But it basically covers this point, and I actually discussed this research on why, it is a non-issue. It can be an issue, too much pantothenic acid, and why it actually stores, proving that it stores. Now, if you have too much pantothenic acid in the diet by eating some of this sort of stuff, that these people organs that are very high in B vitamins and all that, then you can induce insomnia, affecting these cells in the back, in this lower back part of the close to the brain stem. And these people tend to eat organ meats and then they can't sleep properly, and they go, oh, it must be all that fat. No, it's your stupidity, because you don't understand biochemistry and physiology and how the body works, and you're giving your body too much of stuff which you shouldn't, which even our tribal, that you would cut it, throw it away, and give it to the dogs. Give it to the dogs and cats mainly, and have it as a little treat or a multivitamin, a bit like the ancestral people just cut it small amounts and hand it around of liver or whatever of certain organs just as a multivitamin occasionally. Yes, these people have got no idea. No idea. I don't actually even buy liver anymore. I don't consume liver. The only liver that I do get is chicken liver, which has got very much lower in retinol and copper and all these things. So it's much lower. It's just slightly above that of a steak. So it's not even a multivitamin. And I will have that occasionally with brie. I love it with brie. It actually combines really nice. It's really, it's got this gel thing that's from, the sort of the connective tissue that they create, this little jelly type thing. And it's really nice. I enjoy that. But I have it just occasionally once a fortnight and stuff like that. And even if I have it once a week, it's not an issue, But once you start, ramping up that sort of levels, it's beyond what we require. Yeah. Yes, they are deluded. They're okay, actually. Kidneys. They're not going to cause any hypervitaminosis, kidneys, and they do have certain nutrients. They're very high in taurine and very high in a number of other nutrients, which are really good for the kidneys, the human kidneys, and the heart. So, good for you, Ken. I don't mind some Marvel movies myself either, I have to say. And I do like first-person shooters as well. I don't know whether you do. You probably do if you like Marvel movies. You probably like first-person shooters like myself. So I do get into that stuff as well, but that's not what the purpose of this channel is. It's more nutrition and health and stuff like that to help people out with their conditions and ailments. I can do liver sometimes. Never been able to find decent kidneys. Maybe it's just sourcing. Yeah, it can be a problem with sourcing and stuff like that. Do check out if you check out second up, what is that doing? Let me just find it in that regard. These guys are called Guerrilla Philosophy. The two brothers in Greece that build outdoor grills and cook a lot of different sort of foods. So I've actually, I'll just give me a sec. I'll just share it. I just wish they had actually. I do encourage people. I do subscribe to their channel. They're called Grilled Philosophy. They do have some content in Greek subtitles, not everything, but they do have some. And this is the actual lamb that they recently did that I'd actually posted on my YouTube channel, community page. And so this is the kokoretsi. This is all the organs of the whole animal, all the organs. And you can actually see all the organs here mixed up, then skewered, and then they wrap all the intestine around it, and then they cook it. Look how nice it gets. And then they cut it into these small pieces. See that small piece? That's it. That's a small piece of a number of different organ meats that have been wrapped together. These small pieces. And you get one or two of these on a little plate with a bit of wine and all that. And that's what you eat. You don't eat that's probably about 50 grams, if that. And you have it occasionally with all these different organs. So it's a bit of liver, a bit of heart, a bit of kidney, a bit of whatever, and the intestine, and the intestine, let's not forget, is full of collagen type, animal-based collagen type tissue, because that's what the intestine is. It's just, very high in collagen type protein. So that's the sort of stuff and all that of the organ meat kokoretsi, which people, if they want, they can try that. And I'll just, oops. Before I forget, there's this other one as well, just to bring it to your attention. Let me just share. Recently, Char from Vegan Deterioration, her channel has been pretty much taken down, which is really unfortunate. That's her last community post that she put up. Now, if you want to support her, go under your, the feedback, send feedback under your channel. If you go right down to the bottom, you can see send feedback right here, and you should get this screen up here. Send feedback. So you can see it's that one there, the second from the last, where the keyboard is, that one brings it up. You can actually include a snapshot. So you can actually have a snapshot of her channel and say, you would like that channel to be put back on. You can actually leave feedback, write your feedback here, that you support her channel and you're disappointed that the YouTube has taken it down, and all that, and sort of object why you actually, and get Char's channel back up and running. Okay, guys? So that's what we want to do. That's the wrong one. So vegan deterioration, that's Char's channel. So go away when you get a chance and basically show your support and ask them to put her channel back. You know, so just do your criticism, because she does a lot of content out there and we need to get her back. And that's one of her last videos that she actually posted, which is the one that I actually put before her channel. So yeah, go and show your support and get her up and running again. Yep, butcher. Yep, get it. Find yourself a good butcher. Liver, onions, and bacon. Yes, that's definitely is a nice combination. But I still like my liver sticks. They're quite crunchy and enjoyable. Anyway, that's me. Yeah, I'm a bit of a lamb's liver rather than a beef liver. Other people will like it the other way around. They really hate lamb because it's got more of a stronger taste. But that's what I like about it. So I find that beef liver is more bland. So, but I'm more into the taste. So yeah, others find it too strong, maybe because they're not used to the taste. I grew up on having it occasionally when I was a young kid to get nutrient density by my mummy. So yes. Never had it, but I give it a try. My great grandma used to eat sheep's brains and was told to help him survive through back in the 80s. Okay. Yeah, the problem is people were still back there just still eating some carbs, which was the problem. That doesn't help. G'day, Tom. Good to see you, mate. You don't believe that nonsense, do you, mate? God almighty. Please don't believe that. It's just nonsense, okay? EMFs. EMFs have got other issues, and it has to do with photonic energy of the blue spectrum. It's the blue light spectrum, which is the problem of EMFs, not the actual waves themselves. The waves themselves are much weaker than the waves, the ultraviolet and the other waves that are coming in that are much more energetic from the sun. Our bodies can cope with those sort of levels of radiation and energy, very much so. So not an issue, and that is not no, it's not an issue whatsoever in that regard. So nope. But that they do act that the first part, yes, the taurine playing a calcium channel blocker role, but the other rest is nonsense, my dear friend. I looked at organ meats a bit like medicine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If some people are very much depleted, Alex, that's what they are. Yeah, that's what they are. They definitely are, you know. But muscle meats and bone marrow, the fats and muscle meats, that's where the nutrition is for humans. You know, the other ones are more for nutrient deficiencies. I know that Terry Walsh, who basically had MS, she used a lot of organ meats, but she was highly depleted. So people who come from a diet doing veganism and vegetarianism for many decades and are very much nutrient depleted, those people will do very well with organ meats for a number of months, you know, for a year and all that. If they do it for many years, then they'll start getting into problems with overvitaminosis. Pascal, good to see you, mate. Have an experience, sorry, have you just read that it does cause some insulin response as glucose? What's this? What are we talking about? Going back. Don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. If somebody wants to ask me a question on whatever causes what other than glucose, please let me know. My concerns are with brains are prions, especially these days. How do you tag someone? Even with prions, what is prions? Prions is misfolded proteins. That's what it is. It's more likely somebody on a veganerized diet to have a risk of prions than somebody on a species appropriate diet. Guess what causes misfolded proteins? Taurine deficiency, meat deficiency. That causes that. That's the thing. Even viruses, like actually, like the COVID virus, when it goes into the endoplasmic reticulum, actually causes misfolded proteins. And taurine can go out in there and prevent the COVID misfolding of proteins. And so even prions can actually get refolded in a different way with enough taurine in the system. So is our meat deficiency the one that actually makes us more susceptible to prions? Or we can't do those experiments, but if we take a look, it's mostly Westerners. We don't see this prion related issue in many Africans and other and populations like that. Why do we see it in kibble eating Westerners? I wonder why. Yes, I'll leave it at that. We've been eating foods like this for a very long time, and these diseases exist. But if you can't prevent misfolded proteins from happening because you don't have enough taurine in your diet, you will get more misfolded proteins, including prion type misfolded proteins. Yes. We have a blood glucose tester, but don't eat fructose. Not going to try that experiment. No, I wouldn't waste my time. Good to see you, Shelley. I did say that earlier. I'm trying to catch up, my dear. God. You know me, always delaying, always talking too much. Damn, looking forward. Yep. That should be next week sometime when PIM releases it. I'm not sure which date, so I can't tell you. We did it last week on Friday because we were going to do it earlier, but then something came up and PIM couldn't do it. And then eventually we set it for Friday, and so eventually, it was a bit all over the place. You couldn't do it on Thursday. I couldn't do it on Wednesday. So it had to be done on Friday. So hopefully, it all depends on Bart. Dylan, it all depends on Bart when he gets around to actually do the post-processing, because Pim usually gets him to do it. Oh, can you process this video that I did? Not another one with Harry talking for 2 hours. That's what he'll basically say, or complain. And so I'm expecting him to say that, or send me an email and say, another 2 hours. Yes, and it will be on taurine, actually. It will be a thorough covering all the different aspects. And then we've got 2 follow-up on the same subject, looking at the brain and the gut, specifically neurological disorders and stuff like that. So it'll be something that I haven't got around doing it. I was going to do multiple videos on it, but this will be a talk about all the stuff that I will do in the future whenever I get a chance. See, the problem with when you have got a day job, it really gets in the way of doing enough videos or getting enough content out. Even though I've done a lot of content in the last couple of years, I still would have loved to have done far more. Sometimes I get a chance, sometimes I don't. Anyway, hopefully later this winter, I'll get a chance more. I've actually decided to actually work from home for a number of days in the winter. That's going to be an advantage because I can get up early, just throw on a t-shirt and start working. And that means I'll be able to stop in the, because I'm not allowed to do a lot of flex time when I'm working from home, only half an hour. So that means I can finish earlier in the afternoon, which then means I've got all the evening to do, at least one video. So I'll be able to pump out a bit more videos through the winter than I can now. So yeah, I'm looking. So will be a bit of a change in that sort of normality. Pascal, Paleomedicina also says that dairy is a problem. Yeah, well, I've already covered that earlier, and it's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. Case it increases intestinal permeability. Bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit in terms of all that sort of stuff. It's associational. There's no cause and effect. I would say to those people, it's associational data. Show me cause and effect. They can't. And an animal model doesn't count when it comes to this sort of stuff because we've got different enzymes and also we've got different ways of dealing with these caseins where other animals don't because they're not adapted to that. So it's completely irrelevant. That's why food ones, it's like even with rats when they look at certain food types that we can tolerate that they can't. It actually harms the rats where it doesn't harm us. So that's why they're not applicable. I mean, Bart's done a couple of studies. He's shown a couple of studies that are nonsensical, why they make no logic, because our body can deal with palmitate, but rats can't. So why would an experiment with a rat that doesn't have the ability to deal with a certain type of fatty acid, why would that be a problem with us when we have the ability? It's the same thing with casein. So they're all casein rat studies which are irrelevant. And when we look at the most longevity populations in the world, they're all pastoralists. The vegetarians, as Grundy in the video that I did recently of him, 50% of their intake when he was basically in Loma, in that region doing cardiology training and stuff like that. He was the guy that basically actually said it. They were doing over 50% dairy. That's 50% animal foods. Add meat, add fish, add eggs. It's probably 60 or more. That's not a plant-based diet, And then you're looking at basically he said the honest thing. The Sardinians, it's only the mountain people that are pastoralists that live the longest. The same thing with the Icaria. The same thing with down at Costa Rica. I mean, if you exclude the Okinawans that are pig eaters and eat, and calorie restrict 80%, all the others are pastoralists. And these people are telling you that basically these people are unhealthy. They live longer than the Hungarians. So what the hell are they talking about? Oh, God. It's crap, Pascal. Where do I start? I've actually discussed this issue. If you go back and look at my chats, I've got a video that I've done, chats with Bart K, and I actually cover milk and stuff like that. And I actually cover these related issues and I pull it apart completely. It's all nonsense. The growth hormone. We don't even have the receptors for the growth hormone. Irrelevant. IGF-1. Irrelevant. There's a peptide that carries a bit of it. That's it. Nothing else. And so minuscule, it's not. When you're talking about estrogen from the actual cows, another red herring, bullshit. You can have a glass of milk and all that, 6 nanograms. 6 nanograms. We produce every day, men, thousands and thousands, like 53,000, and women 630,000 nanograms. 6 nanograms with thousands every day. The difference. Are we joking? Are we absolutely? This is the nonsense. And it's not even estradiol, which is the problematic one of estrogen. It's estrone. It's the weak form, which is 4 I think it's about 4 times weaker, 4 or 6, I can't remember, times weaker than estradiol. I mean, it's nonsense on steroids. You know, I would pull these people apart if I had to argue on dairy, because they've got no idea what they're talking about. It's all the old bullshit that basically, and I would say, show me the study. You know, let's put bets. We'll put $1,000, Mr. Paleomedicina. You show me the evidence of, that IGF-1 more than that amount, or more than 6 nanograms, or, it's thousands of nanograms are coming across in estrone or estradiol. They don't have anything like that, because it's all bizarre. I don't know where the fucking thinking came from, but it's complete another excrement. It drives me up the wall when I hear it. It really outrages me, because you've got these longevity populations that are guzzling down milk, and you've got these crackpots telling you that it's going to kill you. Who am I going to believe? Paleomedicina or those longevity populations? I know who I'll put my money behind. Oh, God. Unless you've got lactose issues and stuff like that, then that's a different issue altogether. But let's not make up shit like these people do. Just drives you up the wall. Not irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant. A2 and A, most of the milk around the world is A2. Africa, A2. Asia, A2. Donkeys, goats, sheep, horses, it's all A2. There's only some cows up in the northern part and western part of Europe and North America and all that, and they produce more milk, the A2. But in the end, when it goes to the stomach, the actual stuff Jared's being facetious. Dairy is estrogenic. That's why my estradiol is so high. All the milk I drink, that high, I mean below the detectable threshold, exactly. Jared just actually did a test. He's got high testosterone, because taurine actually increases testosterone, and he's actually got, and it also helps lower estrogen. And basically, his estrogen is very, very low in comparison, and he's a big milk guzzler. You're welcome, Pascal. It's nonsense. As I said, Jared is a big raw milk drinker like me, and we don't see this problem. I don't know where they, unless something happens in everyone. If I take cyanide and it kills me at the same dose that it kills everyone else, that's a dose response. If I drink shitloads of milk like Jared does and stuff like that, he loves his milk, and somebody, and he does, and he sometimes eats even more than the Maasai, Jared, and he doesn't have these things that these people predict. It's like that guy. What egg will kill you? And that guy eats 25 eggs a day. I mean, for decades, and actually outlives his parents, and is healthier than everybody else in the basically nursing home. Say no more. You only need one high quality study to refute all the other stuff, especially all the other stuff that's associational. It's all associational. When proteins go into, I need to cover this. I know Pascal's actually said thank you and all that. This is not a go at Pascal. It's a go at Paleomedicina that I get pissed off with their bullshit. When you basically take any milk proteins, any proteins from an animal source or any source, if your acidity is high, that means your pH is low, 1 to 1.5, you will denature all proteins in your stomach, which means you'll break up all. What it means by denaturing proteins is all these foreign proteins will not go into your body to cause reactivity, but they will all break down to basic amino acids, and you'll absorb them as amino acids. So where's the problem coming from if casein is completely converted into amino acids? Unless you don't have a good functioning stomach because you're not eating a species appropriate diet to generate enough, get enough chloride and enough taurine, specifically taurine that upregulates the pumping improves the proton pumps to increase the amount of acidity to lower the pH. And when you lower the pH, that upper sphincter seals. The lower the pH, you have to get about to the, below the 2 or 2.5, I think it is, for the sphincter to close. Most people are in the 3 and 3.5, especially if they're eating a lot of plants. That's why they get GERD. That's why they get reflux, because the sphincter isn't closed. It's the stomach isn't as acidic enough. It only seals when the stomach gets acidic enough. It's designed like that. We know that. It's all in the physiology books. So when you actually seal the sphincter and you've got very low acidity, what you do is you denature all proteins. So when people say, oh, you don't want to denature proteins, you should look at them and say, you need to get the Darwin Award. Here's a gun, put it to your head and blow away because you're useless to society, because these people are stupid. They're crackpots, because your stomach denatures all proteins. You don't want foreign proteins reacting with your body. That's when you don't have, and you drink these sort of things or eat foreign proteins, you can get some level of reactivity in your gut. It's because there are proteins going in there, and if you've got gut permeability, then you've got a problem. But the gut permeability is caused by other foods, not by animal foods. So that's why I even say, if you're come off a vegan diet, you've got a lot of gut problems and stuff like that, I don't recommend dairy products. I say stay off it until we fix we heal your gut, your gallbladder, and your digestive tract. When we do that, then you can go back onto dairy. But we first fix that. But it's not the cause of it. It's basically that you've got permeability and you're going to be more reactive. But that's because you've already done the damage. They need to explain it properly, and they don't. And they basically, and if that's the reason why they say don't go into dairy, say it. You've got gut permeability. You do not have, have not been on a species appropriate diet. You've got these problems. We need to fix these problems, and then you can go back to dairy and other things because you won't have these problems. But no, they just say, oh, this causes that and all that. Where? Show me the literature. Show me where a cause and effect and mechanistic study. They got nothing. It's just fucking bullshit. Pisses me off no end. It's pseudo crap. And it doesn't help because it undermines the movement. When people put that sort of bullshit out there. It's only supposed to be a lectin-like protein and contributes to leaky gut. It's bullshit, Tracy. It's simple as that. And the lactoferrin actually binds lectins and prevents them from getting into the system in raw milk. So, if I want to say raw milk, then could mitigate all this. But casein is a protein, is not a lectin, is a protein. Supposedly mimics a lectin. Give us a bloody break. And if you've got gut permeability, anything foreign that is slightly different than what the body, is used to, can be an issue. Meat tends to be closer to the proteins that we're made of. That's why even those proteins, even if they get through, are less problematic for us. But proteins which are much different are like, gluten, like other things. When you've got leaky gut, they are more problematic. Simple as that. So it's a different thing, and they don't explain it or nuance it. It just drives me up the wall. Fix the leaky gut, then you can go back to dairy. But the dairy didn't cause the problem. It's all the other inappropriate foods and the lack of vitamins, vitamin D, fat-soluble vitamins and all that actually created the leaky gut in the first place, and also derangements of the gut. And we know from the video that I did from the gut that covers all that. The metabolite that regulates the gut, the microbiome, go and check that video that I did, and that covers all that about inflammasome and how that actually regulates interleukin-18 and increases interleukin-18, which increases AMP and actually normalizes the gut microbiome. And then things start working properly. These people need to learn exactly what are the things that actually regulate the gut microbiome, stomach, and all that, and stop talking nonsense in that regard. Yeah, if you don't heal the leaky gut, it's irrelevant. A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, or whatever. It's irrelevant. You really have to fix the leaky gut, and it's really much easier just to give people meat. So even if there are some meat proteins that come through, it's going to be less of a problem. The body can cope. It's more similar to our own tissue, in that regard. So it's the less reactive out of all the other proteins. So, if we eat such food. But at the end of the day, if we want to be able to eat more richer crustaceans, and because a lot of people have sensitivity to crustaceans, proteins from crustaceans and all that, because they're not breaking down those, they're not denaturing those and breaking down those because their stomach isn't working properly. They need to fix all this sort of stuff. When they fix it, then that's what these crackpots should be focused on. Fix the gut, fix the stomach, fix the gallbladder, fix all these organs to work properly. And then, you know what? Everything works. You can just eat an ancestral diet of a varied ancestral foods without any problem. But until you fix these things, and they seem to basically say, oh, it's nutrient deficiency. It's like I think most of them are naturopaths, and they have this tendency of saying, it's like the allopathic doctors, you need a drug to regulate your body. And then you go, hasn't nature been doing that for millions of years? I need a drug from Big Pharma? Oh, yes, you do. And then on the other hand, you've got the naturopath saying, oh, you need a supplement. You need to supplement this, supplement that, supplement this, supplement that. And these are just natural supplements now. You need to take all these organ meats and avoid everything else, sort of thing, approach in that regard. So it's just supplement pushes in a different form. Yeah, crazy. Absolutely crazy, these people. Anyway. Don't forget the platypus milk. It's really hard to actually get some milk out of a platypus. That's what we like. She likes the comedy side. She likes my comedy side and reminds me that I have to be more humorous. Yes. Anyway, I think there's a good case for dairy despite it not being essential. Yeah, exactly. If you can tolerate it, most people can tolerate it as long as they have the ancestral bacterial strains like a lactobacillus in their system. You get coated in it as you come out of the birth canal, and then we hit it with antibiotics and glyphosate and all that, which is glyphosate is an antibiotic mimicking compound. So it's like having antibiotics every day when you're eating glyphosate-rich foods. And I don't need to prove any of that. Monsanto's have got a worldwide patent for that. So they themselves admit it because they've got a patent for it. So I don't have to basically prove anything. They prove it themselves. When people are eating most plants nowadays that are, have got Roundup or glyphosate as it's called, or Roundup in Australia, they're basically giving themselves antibiotics every day and killing and damaging their microbiome. That's why gut issues have gone through the roof amongst all people eating plants, including the sad dieters. Fair enough, DC. Hope you're well. Hope things are good. Yes, it's sort of a public holiday for me down here. And I did want to spend Easter with Dad and spend a bit of time without having to rush back and forward between streams. That's why I decided for today. God. Shell, you've got a customer. You can sell them platypus milk. They'll buy anything. G'day, Jared. Yes. More steak, more dates. Sounds good to me. You've excited Shelley. Trouble. Good to see you. Where have you been hiding, lady? Yeah, I know a lot of the bodybuilders do. Got to build muscle. You need more eggs, lots, yes, heaps of eggs. The old steak and eggs and milk, dairy, sort of diet of the old bodybuilders. None of this fake stuff, and none of this, and none of the roids and other crap or sugary laden stuff that creating this muscular fat. Because these guys don't eat enough cholesterol, get enough, fats and stuff like that that are important for their bodies, and that's why they end up having all these problems. They don't get enough taurine anyway from the lean meat and a lot of the protein supplements, and pretty much end up with a whole lot of issues in their heart, and that is why they are dying young compared to the old bodybuilders who were doing steak and eggs and dairy, and they were living into their 80s and 90s and very robust and strong. I remember one of the big guys that used to lift with his teeth. He used to lift people on the chairs. He was a big bodybuilder and all that, and he actually died in his 70s. He was lifting a fridge, no, sorry, a washing machine, a whole washing machine. In the old days, we're talking about now back in the, I think it was the 60s or whatever, 60s or 70s. Fridge, appliances were very heavy built back then. They were fully steel. He was going up the staircase, slipped on one of the stairs, and died because the washing machine pressed him. But to be in your 70s and lift a whole friggin' washing machine and take it up the stairs, that's pretty strong. Not many middle-aged men can do that nowadays, let alone some young men. That tells you something. And the only thing that killed him wasn't his diet, steak and eggs. It was basically slipping and unfortunately being squashed by the washing machine. Shit happens. Ouch. Oh, thank you, Beef Based. I can teach you a trick or two, but we won't go into that, and we'll leave that for a private conversation where it can be a private joke, because otherwise I'll actually end up getting demonetized if I exactly say what. Going to start doing some loose ends, so we should get it out of your head, Harry. See some incredible gains. Why not enjoy yourself? And taurine, which is a myostatin inhibitor, Alex. So it allows, and it also is not only a myostatin inhibitor, but it prevents left ventricular hypertrophy or heart remodeling. So unlike any other myostatin inhibitor, it doesn't cause the heart to remodel, which protects the heart. Very important. It gives you the benefits of these muscles, but it doesn't affect the heart. Very important. Very important. Harry, what's your opinion on priming? Is it necessary, and does hormone rebalancing happen if it's... Look, I have to be honest, I don't know enough about the priming. It's sort of supposed to sort of increase your metabolic rate, and then you basically do like a cut. It's a bit like the old bodybuilders used to do. It's something similar. You eat a lot, you lift up your metabolic rate, you build up your tissue, and then you cut, which means then you start basically getting your body to oxidize the fat off your body more rapidly. And so it's something similar to that, what they're doing. So it's a bit of an old bodybuilder's trick. You lose weight, but I don't think anybody has checked what it's actually, once you're finished and go back to normalized diet, it'll probably, normalize your hormones and all that. I suspect it does sort of slightly shift your hormones a bit, because it is a sort of a violent change in direction. It does happen to bodybuilders as well, but then things should normalize once you get you lean out and all that. And as long as you're not putting sugar back in to basically then pump things up, you should then plateau out at that new level. So that's what they've been doing. So they've been doing unlike bodybuilders, because they basically do a lot of nutrients, then they do a cut, and then they're starving like mad because the kibbles haven't been fat adapted, and then right after competition they binge and they put all the weight back and they become muscular fat again. That's why they're very unhealthy, and that's why they're dying much younger as well, because of a lot of these things. But the actual priming with meat and then cutting, that sort of mimics a bit ancestral, because people used to basically gorge on a lot of food when they found it, and then they could go on much lower levels of food for a long time, and then have big binges and in between, not having a lot of food or stuff like that. And so they're doing this cycling, which is sort of build up and then cut, build up and then cut type of approach. And it seems to work, so it seems to mimic also some of the ancestral way of living, forced eating that way or living that way. But Raymond and the others have been doing it for a longer time, and they've sort of got they've got a lot more experience. So if you need to go and ask somebody, ask them. DC, I just gave you a very general. I've got a very general understanding, but you really have to go and ask them or Bart if you want to really work out exactly how the program works and how they put it together, because they would have had like actual information sheets, exactly what to do every day and at what time and stuff like that. So I don't know enough details about it, what they've done. I know how to do the old bodybuilder's cut, eat shitloads of just steaks and eggs and dairy, and do a lot of exercise to build up tissue, and then do a cut, where I've gone slightly high protein. I cut all the energy stuff to be able to lean out, so you can do that if you want to, and you'll achieve something similar. But you have to be very careful at that when you get to the bottom level, to basically taper off and slightly increase, putting back some of the fat and then, but not too much, and then find out the sort of level of energy requirements at that new weight that you've achieved, and how to balance. It's really just going back to, just eating regular steaks and taking out all the butters and everything, all the actual liquid fats and stuff like that, and seeing where you are. And if you're still losing a bit, add some of that back, so then play around. That's sort of cut and balance at that, whatever that level is that you want to be at. I wouldn't go too lean. Yes, it may be popularized in our literature as being looking good, but not even our tribal people were that lean. They kept a bit of fat on their body. They had a bit of fat because that was reserves. And most people that live long lives are people that have got a bit of fat on their body, not that are completely lean. Those people tend to live less. People that have got a bit of, we're not talking about overweight here. We're just talking about being in the middle to upper normal weight. That's what we're talking about. At the middle upper normal weight, you've got enough fat to basically be in that really good spot. So, if you're talking about BMI, it's probably about 22 to 23 is where, especially when you're over 50, will give you the best sort of protection. Even if you're close to 25, which is close to nearly overweight, between normal and overweight, that's fine within that range in that regard. If you're really down below 18, you're really slim with very little body fat, you have a major injury or whatever in older age, you will die much quicker because you've got very little reserves. So that you don't want to be at the lower part of, you want to be at the upper part of normal. That means have a bit more fat reserves, and all that is much healthier. And even our tribal people, they if you take a look at the lean times where they don't have enough food, they're very lean, and then in the times when they've more available food, they tend to have a bit of fat on their tummy, just a very bit, so it just doesn't, just a little protrusion. It's not like substantial compared to us. It looks quite lean still, but you don't see much of definition of the actual those muscles, the muscles around the stomach. But then when they're very lean, they're very profound. Because they've got very little body fat, and that usually tends to be in the more leaner periods of the year. So, our ancestors understood that you shouldn't go too low, because it's not a very healthy thing. It's the reason why we have more fat cells than most other animals in nature, because we really need that reserve. Anyway, I'll move on before I make a comment and get into trouble. Anyway, yes. See, Alex. I'm not going to say it. You've already said it because that's what I was thinking for squats. Anyway, move on. These women. God. Anyway. I need to pull myself out of the gutter in my mind. You guys are too serious about the whole subject matter. God almighty. Yes, but not very good in terms of adding to the deuterium in your body. Not a good thing. Yes. A few more serious notes. Yes, yes. I'm just going through quite fast. Wendy's have a chicken with honey sandwich. I bet that they do. God, they come up with some stupid combinations. Oh, just send the link to a salad boy. He would love that combination. It could be one of his new things that he'll start promoting. Very approves of salad boys. What I eat video to take it from a flat earther who won't exercise because it is toxic. Say no more. If Zveria actually agrees with salad boy, I think it pretty much, if he's at the same level, say no more. Yes, one crackpot to another of those two. Yes. He used to be a flat earth vagoon and then came across and didn't abandon his other vagoon idiocies. Yes. I could do certain impressions, but I'll refrain. It's going to be interesting tomorrow's video that Bart's going to make of him, because he's apparently gone up to 400 grams of, sugary stuff and all that. Bloody hell. God, that's a lot of, I mean, damn, that is heaps and heaps and heaps and heaps. I bet at 400 grams, he's probably literally gone to lean meats and sugar. A bit what the Ray Pete people do. Damn. He's really gone off the... He's truly become a disciple of Ray Pete. Yes. He's deranged, demented master, to be more precise. Yes. Oh, I don't think I've heard something like that. The only thing that I know is they do consume, they get their sodium from blood in that regard, and occasionally they will get a bit from, but they also have a lot of taurine in there, but because of freshly slaughtered animals, so they actually upregulate their antidiuretic hormones and tend to retain and recycle much better. He's an idiot. He's got no idea. He's a complete crackpot. He'd have to show you information to show you the mechanism, how that happens. He's just got no idea. He's just crazy. You know, these people, I don't know where they get their thinking. It's not even based on physiology. I mean, God, they are really weird. I tried. And many other things I hear, Tracy. Oh, that's a cucurezzi. Yes, yes. Oh, I think they do have a video on tripe as well. I'm not sure whether it's got English subtitles or not. That I'm not sure. You could actually just because they do just some repeat videos with tripe and organ meats and a whole lot of other things with a number of celebrities and other people, and some of those tend to be like in English. So you can actually, if you put tripe, grill philosophy, and just see the ones that come up and see the ones that are got like in brackets English subtitles, and check that one out. Also said that the videos surfing was incredibly unhealthy. Really? Oh, God. He's got some weird ideas, doesn't he? Very weird ideas. Doesn't surprise me. He's a bit of a weirdo. Some of the stories that I've heard about him is quite violent and weird and well, magnesium, potassium, they're all, sources from rocks. Is that, Oh, well, whatever. People are strange. Humans have been consuming salt for a very long time, and they didn't have any health problems whatsoever 10 times before refrigeration. So, yeah, I don't think the salt's the problem. It's usually the high insulin and the derangements of electrolytes due to carbohydrate intake and other shit like that. And poor regulation of electrolytes due to the lack of eating sufficient meat, which has got taurine that does regulate as an osmolyte. So the guy's got no idea. He's an idiot. Has anybody noticed that Bart's become more radical since his 90-day transformation? He's been attacking fish organs, eating more than one a day. Has he? All right. Well, I haven't noticed it. Unless I know that he does, that he's against, or he doesn't believe in organ meats and all that. And I don't see a problem with organ meats if it's like a moderate amount now and then. It's not a problem, because a lot of populations did. They use it as a multivitamin and all that, but they didn't eat it in excess. I would agree with him. No tribal society eats it in excess. And the Inuit actually throw it away to their dogs primarily. They very rarely, only when somebody gets sick or whatever, they may give them a bit of organ meats to give them additional vitamins and minerals, but they don't actually eat it on a regular basis. So on that, I would agree with him, and I think he would agree with me on that. He's said in the past he's never seen anybody with a over-vitaminosis, but he says, why take the risk sort of attitude, which is a similar approach that I take on that. He does eat fish, I know, so he doesn't have an opposition, but he sort of is against people sort of promoting you need to eat shitloads of fish. And I'd agree on that, because when I look at the N15 data, the majority is coastal or river fish is a small amount of the diet. The majority of the diet is coming from ruminant animals. And we know that because the N15 data is for all animal protein, but there is a delta 13 isotope of carbon. That actually indicates that the majority of that is coming from grass feeding animals, because C4 grasses, when an animal eats C4 grasses, you will get a higher delta 13, and that thing will be in the bones, the long bones of humans. And we know quite well that means the majority of food that was coming in was not fish, but was basically ruminant animals. And I think he's taking it from that position that the N15 data is quite emphatic that it's primarily ruminant animals, and you're getting more fat-soluble vitamins and all that sort of stuff, and that's much healthier than eating lean fish and not getting enough animal fats, because fish tend to be much lower in animal fats. And that I would agree, you should not prioritize fish. Having fish now and then, yes, I have fish sometimes, once a week or twice a week, but I don't eat it every day, and I have it occasionally. But, a lot of people, eat a lot of fish. Now, a lot of fish isn't going to be a problem. A lot of populations do around the world, like the Japanese and all that. But the ones that eat less fish and eat more ruminant animals, like the Okinawans that eat more pork and just a bit of fish now and then, but primarily pork. They start the day with pork and all that, and restrict their intake so they don't eat as much carbs to engage the Randall cycle. Those people don't seem to have the problem. They live longer than the fish eaters. And most of the longevity populations are basically the ones that are eating dairy and are pastoralist in general. So, all the sort of stuff that people say, it seems that the longevity sort of people are saying the complete opposite. So, make your choice. So on that front, I would not disagree with Bart. I think he's basically, because he's a high functioning autistic person, tends to take a more black and white approach. Whenever he's actually with me, I usually say, no, Bart, no, you can, it's not in there. And he'll moderate his stance. But when he's on his own, he has this sort of very black and white way of viewing the world. So that usually comes from that. But in general terms, I do agree with him. We don't need a lot of fish. We don't need a lot of organ meats. And we should maximize, the muscle, the ruminant muscle meats. That should be our main intake. Some eggs, some dairy, if you can tolerate those foods, and primarily the ruminant animals, because they are the ones that are basically going to give you. We are made of proteins and fats and cholesterol. The ruminant animals are the most closest to what our tissue types are. So it's much better fit, so to speak. That I would agree with him. But can we tolerate other forms of animal foods and all that? Yes, we can. And they're not a problem, But we need to prioritize certain types, but the others are fine as well. He tends to be he doesn't like organ meats generally. He doesn't have a problem with them. Like he says, well, if but he doesn't believe in overvitaminosis. He thinks that's a bit of a myth. I think also, but like him and me, we both sort of agree. You wouldn't take the risk. You don't know. There's a lot of people can have, like I've said, you can store a lot of retinol in your liver if it's healthy. If it's not healthy, that could be a problem. But that's that's not to do with that the retinol is the problem. It's your liver that's the problem, and so you can't tolerate sufficient. That's a different thing altogether. So we need to nuance these things. But I sort of agree with Bart in the general thrust. It's sort of on the nuancing. I think he could do a better job, or we may view slightly different in that regard, the way we would express that sort of approach on talking about that. But generally speaking, prioritizing ruminant animal flesh is probably the most optimal. All the other stuff is fine, and it's not a big problem. And I don't have a problem with dairy, because I do love a lot of raw milk and stuff like that. Not a problem for me. I can tolerate it, and many other people can either tolerate it or do kefirs and actually adjust the gut microbiome with a lot of other steps that I've talked about. And so it's not an issue. But I haven't actually seen that sort of stuff. I know that Bart, sometimes he'll say, oh, PUFA is really and all that, and then other times he'll say PUFA is basically the damn seed oils and all that. And he'll say that as long as if it's from an animal thing, it's not a problem, because he eats bacon himself. He eats these sort of things. He tells you that sort of stuff. So if he had a problem with that, he wouldn't eat it. So it's just basically sometimes need to, when he gets into his fiery sort of brimstone stuff of comedy and all that, he sometimes forgets to nuance things, to remind the type of PUFA we're talking about. So, because otherwise people get sort of, oh, he's generalizing. No, he's on a rant, but he does mean seed oils. And even me sometimes, I forget sometimes to do that, to nuance it when I'm talking about, toxic toxic PUFA, I used to say, I stopped doing that. I now only say toxic seed oil, so people know exactly what I'm talking about. So there's no confusion. He maybe needs to do that as well. Stop calling it PUFA and calling it toxic seed oil, because that's what it is. It's really that. And then it's less confusing for you guys. Can you send me which primal people? I don't know which you're talking about. Look, I hear a lot of crackpots out there say, "Oh, this and that and whatever," but when I actually claim, well, show me exactly which primal person says salt is toxic and all that. I don't find that anywhere. There's a lot of naturopaths and a lot of paleo people saying that, but when I actually call them up and say, "Show me the evidence where these primal people are saying that and whatever," they go and hide. They don't reply. Now, why would somebody not reply if they had evidence? You know me, you always argue with me or you people and say, well, this and that and whatever, and you put comments and I always answer you. And I give you even information and link back and say exactly this, and this. But when I actually ask these people, they run and hide. And I'm going, well, if you're making a claim, you need to be able to back it up. But they never make they make a claim, but they never back it up. So, at worst, I'll tell you, I don't know, but I'll say, look, there's anecdotes that people have consumed up to 10 times more salt than they consume today, and they had no health problems. They had better health outcomes back in the 40s and 30s and 20s when they were consuming 10 times before refrigeration the amount of sodium, salt. So I need to I've got here historical data of consuming 10 times more, no issue, health issue, much lower health issues than today. And now people are eating less salt and there's more health issues. So what is it? I'm not saying salt is going to save you or prevent you from getting sick, but I see it as, an electrolyte that is needed by the body at a certain amount, but it's, within the normal physiological ranges, it does its job, but it's neither, you don't need to consume it at a very high level or very low level. But even if you consume it at a very high level, as long as your insulin is low, your kidneys can excrete it. The only time water and salt retention happens is and the only reason why salt is retained, when you actually increase your insulin, you retain more water. That's what we call water weight. When you've got too much insulin, you have more water weight. When you lower your insulin, like when you fast or whatever, you drop your insulin, you drop your water weight. But when you have more water weight, you retain also more sodium, because the body needs to retain more sodium to dilute the extra water. But what came first, the sodium or the water? You get what I mean? So if you didn't have high insulin to retain more water, well, you wouldn't be retaining more sodium, would you? And have higher sodium. So you'd be dumping more sodium like people in the past did who are running lower insulin. So is it toxic, or is it your high insulin that's toxic causing this problem? So, and your electrolytes are not being properly regulated with enough meat, because people were eating 2/3 meat in the past and 1/3 meat now. And so they've got less taurine in their system, less meat, to regulate their electrolytes. Got it? That's the problem, not the sodium, but the not sufficient, being meat deficient, not having enough taurine to regulate their electrolytes and dump excess sodium if the body doesn't need it. That's where the problem lies, Jin. See, these people talking in reductionist terms. That's what we call reductionism. When you understand how the body works in a holistic way and how there are regulatory and counter-regulatory systems, and when you put the right nutrients, you'll regulate these systems to work properly and you won't have this problem, but they don't talk like that. They just say, oh, this does this. And you go, well, I can show you when it doesn't do that, when you lower the insulin. So, And when you add this, it will actually lower the, like taurine can lower also to a certain level of blood sugar, which also will reduce insulin and also then can regulate properly the electrolytes at the kidney level. Voila, problem gone. Blood pressure comes down. Like my father used to have shrunken kidneys, not enough protein, kidney atrophy and problems with his kidneys. Now they've grown, they're healthier. His blood pressure's come down. He can actually excrete things and regulate his fluids better. That's after a decade where we fixed the problem. So, the crackpots just wanted to give him basically antidiuretics and blood pressure meds. Got it? So rather than fixing the problem. Anyway, yeah, I have no idea what the idea comes from or what science they base it on. Yeah, neither do I, because I've always asked them and they've never basically given me an answer. So actually, they have never replied. That's actually true. They've never replied. Very, very, very disrespectful. You ask them, well, you're making a claim. Please provide me the evidence for that claim. Please show me the mechanisms. Please show me how the body regulates the physiology, that I will be enlightened, because maybe I read the wrong books on how these things work. They run and hide because they've got an ideology. They don't have a science. That's the problem. Yes. Harry, what nutrition supplements would you recommend for neurological problems like tremors and fatigue? I'd be doing high dose of taurine pretty much, and things like choline, and also I would do phosphatidylserine as well. A lot of I'd eat shitloads of eggs as well, because a lot of their things, choline, serine, the phospholipids and all that are in eggs. Eggs is actually probably the best thing you could do. Just, I'd be eating probably 12 eggs a day. And I'm not joking. I'd be eating 12 eggs a day, and I'll be basically also supplementing taurine, and maybe 1 gram of choline, and probably a couple of grams probably of phosphatidylserine, because it depends on what types. Phosphatidylserine has the ability to basically silence certain genes that are involved in neurological disorders. Now, not every disorder gets silenced by phosphatidylserine, but a number of them do. So in case you've got certain genes, because tremors and stuff like that can be caused by a number of genes. There's not one condition. So I usually say to people, try phosphatidylserine. If it works, good. If it doesn't, don't buy it again. It just wasn't meant to be, So phosphatidylserine, as in, the amino acid serine, serine. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, well put, my dear. Well put. Yes, I would not disagree with that. Next, good to see you, mate. I reckon you should back up all of your material and upload it onto Telegram or somewhere else in case they rip your channel down too, Harry, because educating people is dangerous to those in power. That's true. That's true. I have downloaded all my videos. Not all my live streams yet. I'm in the process of downloading all my live streams. I've got all my other videos for every single video that I've made, and I've in the process of probably next weekend on Saturday, if I get a chance, I'll download the remainder, get all my live streams on my computer, and I am looking at a number of other. I haven't decided where to go yet. I've got a few. I've got like library, but I haven't put much on that for ages. Now it's called Odyssey. They've sort of shut down the library, but they've sort of incorporated in with Odyssey, and a few other things. But Yeah, I need to do a bit of research, because if I'm going to commit to another channel as well, I want to make sure I pick the right channel. And so that channel is basically going to be one that's going to be around for a long time, because some of the, sometimes when you get one big channel and then a whole lot of competitors come in, not all of them survive. There'll be consolidation, and I don't want to pick one that actually, so I'm looking currently to see which one I pick to jump into. And then once I've picked that one, I'll sort of stick with having YouTube and the other one where I upload the material to both, and then keep it at that. I'm not really happy with Odyssey at the moment, and library and all that. Too slow and all that. They've got limitations on the live streams. You can only put videos up that are about only 2 hours. My videos are very long. I'm not prepared to start cutting them up and reposting them as multiple part 1, part 2, part 3. That's just too much trouble. So I'm actually looking at a platform that basically will provide me with the right sort of stuff that I want and has sort of long-term possibilities of lasting. So I'm still in the process of thinking about that sort of stuff. But I realize I'm worried about my channel, and I do want to basically provide an alternative pathway for my subscribers. So if worst happens, then I can, move across to that other place. I'm actually even thinking about setting up a secondary channel, which is like I'd allow the subscribers to be free subscribers. So like a free membership type thing on YouTube, but it's hidden. And so they, it's not, but then it only means the people that know me, I can't grow anymore on that. But yeah, I've been thinking about all sorts of things, but I don't know which way I'm going to go yet. It's annoying. Deborah, I've actually set up an account on Rumble, and I've actually also set up an account for their blockchain system, their payment system. So Ethereum. So I've actually set up for that blockchain, Ethereum. It's like, like Bitcoin type thing, Ethereum. So it's the next, yeah. So that's sort of but I haven't actually put anything on there yet. I haven't actually set up. I just made recently a request to Rumble to be able to set up the account. So I'm just waiting for their reply, and I haven't even looked in my emails to see whether I've got a reply yet. So yeah, that's one thing that I've been investigating, Rumble, but I haven't. And that's the only reason for that is because, and I put Tristan down as my sponsor. That's Primal Edge Health. So he could get a bit of benefit from it, since he was on there, and I actually learnt about it from him anyway. So I've sort of set it up like that. Now it's just a question of, for myself, that is, when I get around sort of putting material on there and sorting things out. So the other thing is, if I do go onto Rumble, I need to work out how am I going to work with a live stream service that can actually work both on YouTube and Rumble. The way I may have to contact Tristan and ask him what is he using to do it. So I don't want to basically have to reinvent the wheel and stuff like that and complicate life too much. So I'm still sort of in the process of considering this sort of transition, because I'm a bit friggin' annoyed with a lot of things. When it comes to the social media stuff, I'm starting to get pressure on the Facebook side, because I've actually posted some of my YouTube stuff, and I've basically got a bit of flack on the Facebook stuff. Facebook's even worse than YouTube. So yeah, and my Facebook's actually private to my relatives and friends. It's not even like on the public. People can't see it unless you're actually connected. Not that I've put a lot of stuff on the Facebook recently. It's been a while. I should actually put something new stuff up there. I haven't put anything now for the last couple of years. So it's all old stuff, going back about 5 years ago. So I haven't put anything up other than putting posts. So I've been meaning to put some photos of my mother and old family photos going back years, but I still haven't got around doing that. So, and I don't know whether I do want to continue putting them on, whether I want to move away from Facebook and probably go somewhere else. And there are other services. So I'm thinking about a lot of these things, but then again, having the time to do it, all this sort of stuff. So at the moment, unless I'm sort of pressured, I'm backing up my stuff next so that you don't have to worry. So if push comes to shove, I will find something, and then I will have to shift there, even if it means spending a couple of nights uploading stuff left, right, and centre until I get it up to getting all that stuff up on a different channel. But it probably may be, as Deborah says, it probably may be Rumble where I end up being, and that may be my future place of being, rather than on, and YouTube will be more as a redirect, a bit like Tony Hiller also has like a number of other channels like YouTube and stuff like that, where he redirects people away from YouTube. I'm actually thinking about, I'm not going to do it now, because I just don't have the time. But when I get a bit of leave and I'm built up, because I need to go overseas, and then when I get some freedom, a bit more freedom next year, probably around the Easter time, I'm just going to take a bit of extra leave around that time, and then sit down and start really seriously contemplating in a year's time to which direction I want to take the channel and stuff like that. So yeah, that's in the works, so to speak. Anyway. Maybe I don't know. I got no idea. I haven't noticed. He gets yes, he gets these periods where he gets a bit really fired up, and then he'll basically become more cool and chilled out, and then again, so he tends to have this sort of thing. But even I usually can sometimes go a bit through phases. Pim does, and many others do. We're just humans. Bruce Lee, we sort of sometimes I say certain things, and after I listen to it and I go, oh, did I actually say that? Why didn't I nuance it or explain it in a bit more detail? Maybe people will get the wrong idea, and some do sometimes, and ask me questions. Harry, didn't you say this elsewhere, and then you said this, and then I say, look, sorry, I should have explained it a bit better. But we don't expect precision. We're humans. The general thrust of what we say is correct, but sometimes the nuancing, we can slip up on that a bit, and we're just humans. That's just the way we are. So yes, give us a bit of latitude. All you need is Harry. He won't shit you or say stupid shit. He backs up with signs. Thanks, Joel. Yes, I do. I'm not interested in basically my pursuit isn't to prove anything. My whole pursuit was, I had a heart condition. I wanted to know where I went wrong, how to basically fix it. And now I want to help other people avoid my mistakes and learn and stuff like that, but giving them the best information. But I'm very clear. I can only do the best of the science that I've got or the information that I've got, but you're going to be closer to the truth. You're not going to be 100% of the truth, Bruce. You will not be 100%, but you'll be closer to the truth with people like me, Bart, Pim, people like that at least question stuff, are still looking to try and understand how stuff, where others are sort of trying to promote stuff or sell you honey or do this or whatever. They're not even honest to themselves. I accept that I'm a dumb monkey like the rest of us. We're just basically scratching ourselves through this earth, and we sort of understand a few things, pick up a few more things, others a bit more than others. But the reality is, you got to be humble and realize that we are imperfect creatures. We're not gods. We don't understand everything, and we only understand it as the best of our abilities. Some are more able than others. I have to say, like Bart, I do have a good IQ, which I can pick and analyze. I'm very good at analyzing things. So I can pull things apart and work out. I'm a practical person. Many other people don't have those skills. And maybe they shouldn't be talking about this sort of stuff because they tend to put their foot in their mouth and stuff things up because they tend to read things in a very literal reductionist way rather than understanding that, when you look at, if you actually look at biochemistry books or physiology books and see all the enzymatic pathways, the connections and all that, you'll just go, wow, you'll be blown up away. So they simplify things with these reductionist interpretations. But if you take that to the nth degree, you end up with crackpot thinking. So you have to remind yourself this is a dynamic system of complex interactions, and these things are counter-regulating all this. Insulin to glucagon is affecting how much the hormones are functioning, the hormone-sensitive lipase, if it's going up or down, is regulated by this sort of thing, and this sort of thing affects other things. And depending on what this and this is doing, this will basically be signaling back and forward and adjusting. So all these things are adjusting in certain ways. So you can't think in that one single linear reductionist way. That's the difference you get from people like me, from Bart and other things. We understand that it's, we understand that most of the science out there is shit. It's so confounded, so problematic that you can't really get a cause and effect or any real stuff. That's it, phosphatidylserine. Thank you, Llama, for putting that up exactly what it is. And the thing is, that's the sort of difference. I remember that Ian guy. That was funny. Some young bloke, he wanted to have a go at me and say, "Oh, look at this meta-analysis and all that." And what he did was he didn't actually look that the actual weighting of those different, the actual studies, they were weighted to different levels of whether something, because they have these weighting systems that scientists use. They don't use all the same stuff. A number of scientists use different types of weighting systems in different meta-analysis. But the weighting system this study used, basically says that anything that is, a 3 or less is complete and utter nonsense. Shouldn't be used in meta-analysis. It's just really poorly done. Even if this is for randomized control studies, and everybody touts randomized control studies are right up here. Not all of them. If they're not well controlled, they can be a randomized study, but poorly controlled, then it's not a good randomized control study. And these poorly controlled randomized control studies were showing the opposite, what he was claiming. And then the high quality one, which only one they put in there, which had a 4 and 5 are the ones that, 4 is the minimum that should be in a meta-analysis in accordance to this sort of type of meta-analysis approach. And guess what? They basically realized quite clear, I pointed out to Ian that, look, I said, the other is junk. They shouldn't even be in the meta-analysis. And this one, all you need is one study that is actually well controlled, complies with a level of that, and actually shows the complete opposite. You can't have, if you've got divergence pointing in a different direction, it means that is not a causal thing. Because a causal thing, according to the Bradford Hill criteria, the guy that did the actual research on tobacco, Bradford Hill, he actually showed quite clear there is a linear cause and effect. That means a relationship, and it has to be thousands of % to be statistically, very, tightly correlated. So if something increases, it should increase. If something decreases, should it decrease? When something goes in the opposite directionality, one is inverse against the others, and the high quality one is showing one direction, the poor quality ones are showing the other direction. I know which I'm going to take, the high quality one, but also it means that the meta-analysis is junk, because basically one can negate all that sort of stuff because it's poor quality. It's of a lower level of evidence. And, and And this guy just wouldn't, just couldn't get his head around it. Started using all these spurious arguments, and then eventually he pissed off. But the thing is, this is the problem. People try and find things to argue. The thing is, I know most of the stuff is just junk out there. Even randomized control studies are poorly conducted. There's a lot of things, and you can't really infer beyond 1 year or 2 years anything. That's why we go back to the archaeological evidence of, bone, the minerals, the isotopes that we find in the long bones. We know that we ate a lot of meat for thousands of years. That's what we're adapted to. That is my base level. That's my greatest evidence. It's in the bones, solidified in the bones. That is true evidence, the N15 data and the Delta 13 that actually indicates that are coming from grass sources, which is ruminants. So that's the sort of stuff we have to look at. The rest is, excrement in that regard. Now, I do look at mechanistic studies that are well conducted to show where you are repeatable. So in this animal, you can actually put this or take this away, and this will happen each time. It doesn't actually prove, its applicability is within those bounds, but I'm looking at stuff where you've got hard points. This is important. So if I basically, like the thing that I did recently with the islet cells, that was quite clear. That's a hard point. The cells in the pancreas either get back to normal, they look like the normal control, or they don't. That's black and white. That is, it's a hard point. It's a hard point result. It's not something that you speculate, we think this is happening. No, that's speculation. This is hard point. That is a cause and effect you can actually see. If I do this, this will always happen. That is the only stuff we can actually use as, to look at specific compounds, how they work in the body. Outside that, most of the other stuff is limited to complex, which we'd have to do over multiple years and generations to determine, truly what, with twins and all that, which is really impossible to do. So the only thing we've got is archaeological evidence, but yeah. And thanks, Joel. Yeah, exactly. That's, we base that stuff on the best that we've got, not on the junk stuff that most people use, who try to basically make arguments, spurious arguments, because they're selling ideology, basically. That's what it is. It's not science, it's ideology that these people are selling, which is unfortunate. I mean, they're deceiving themselves. They're doing themselves harm, because by lying to themselves, they will end up harming themselves and their friends and their family. I just don't get it. What's the point? What's the point of looking into things to prove something which is nonsense? It's just doesn't make fucking sense to me. I just think that's stupid or arrogant or, somehow twisted. I can understand some academic that wants to lie because he's getting paid by a food company or a pharmaceutical company to make a reputation, get some awards, because these people will shower them and doesn't really care about the consequences, has no ethics. But I can't understand how people can get so wound up in ideology and lose themselves in that when they're harming their own health and their families and their friends. It's just ridiculous how people get into this cognitive dissonant sort of ideological sort of claptrap. Is just beyond me sometimes. I just wonder, I don't know, maybe they just don't engage there, don't have enough IQ to realize that. I've got no idea why, but it's bizarre. Let's put it that way, ridiculous. EMFs, not native EMF, non-native EMFs is still concerning to me. Maybe weaker than UV, but we evolved with UV and other characteristics that are not identical. It warrants further study. It does warrant further study. That's true. I don't disagree with that, Jared. Non-native EMFs are a problem. They're not ionizing, so they don't have an effect on the DNA. They don't have an effect. I think it's an indirect effect. It's more on the circadian regulation that they are affecting, and they're affecting a number of other pathways, but not in the way that people apparently put out, because we've done experiments with animals and they don't actually pan out. They don't cause these problems with certain, ion channels. They don't happen. So we know it's bullshit, all that. Now, do they work at another level, in terms of, at a subatomic level that we haven't investigated? Maybe. But unless we investigate through quantum biology and look at what is happening at the quantum level, is there some sort of quantum entanglement that is happening between us and non-native EMFs at that subatomic? We haven't investigated that. These are the things that I would love to investigate to really know: is there a problem, a real problem, and how to mitigate it, and whether we can mitigate it? I don't know. That's another question in itself. But those are legitimate questions to ask. And then some of the other stuff that people claim, they just can't back it up. And when they've done research on the animal models, they don't see it happening. So as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't. If it either happens in one mammal or all mammals, because these are basically, electromagnetic fields should affect all mammalian tissue in a similar way. So if you either see it or you don't. If you don't, it's not there. It's just basically, somebody making up shit. But that doesn't mean that there's not something that's happening at a quantum level. There could be. We don't know. And maybe some people are more susceptible than others. That's another thing. Don't know. Possibilities are endless. But we can only claim what we really have evidence for. The rest, we should say, if we're going to speculate, say it's speculation. Never claim that it's truth or that you've got evidence when you don't. That's why a lot of people, when I do argue against them, they run. They take off. And I go, well, you've got nothing. So you're just making a claim. I can say that sun won't come up tomorrow. That's a claim. But, I'll be definitely proven wrong, but I can still make the claim, and certain things you can never work, prove. Not a problem. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks for putting the feedback. Appreciate that. Yeah, for other people who haven't do it, yeah, bring back Char. Definitely put the feedback out there, because we need to get her back. She does really good work, and there's a lot of young children that are basically at high risk, and she actually points a lot of this out. She's a really nice lady, and I'm really pissed off that this has happened to her. Yeah, definitely we need to get her back. Thanks, Trouble. I'm aware of UV blue is high energy, but ionization isn't the only way EMFs can interact with biology. There's effects of red, infrared, and electron transport chain. Yeah, look, even we know that through complex 4, there is an interaction there in the electron chain. Yes, we know you can add additional 30% energy through there if you're close to the tropics and all that sort of stuff. But when we're talking about non-native EMFs, electromagnetic fields are around us all the time, from the planet, from, everything around us, trees, structures, all matter around us generates electromagnetic fields. Everything we do as well. We're interacting with magnetic fields. The non-native types, a lot of the stuff that people say, I don't subscribe. It's the blue spectrum, because it actually transmits along a number of spectrums, and especially like the screens, these monitors here, they actually, there's a lot of blue light frequencies that are basically coming through, and that's a problem in terms of circadian rhythms. And there's a few other things as well. And it's really that we need more research in here to really understand how they're affecting the biology. That probably definitely all interactions, even my wall here, or even this structure, this metal is, the material is creating magnetic fields like everything and interacting with me. But it's a question of these non-natives, how are they, and is that a problem or not? Or maybe there's no problem. But, the blue spectrum I think is a problem, those frequencies. But there may be also some level of entanglement that is happening that may be a different type of, we may be able to, with magnetic field interactions, may have, have a certain level of entanglements that happen, but then there may be more that are happening from non-native. Who knows? I'm not claiming anything. It may be even beneficial. Maybe it actually is reducing, compared to other magnetic fields, that are interacting with us. Maybe it has less of an effect on electron sort of movements. So it may be actually beneficial. I'm not saying that, but you know what I mean. Unless we do this type of biophysics type research, we won't know. So we've got to be very careful what we claim. Yep. I think we all hope that she can get back on. Yep. Now that the gas prices are out of control, what are your opinions on infrared heating, EMF concerns, and all that? Fundamentally, any type of heating is going to require energy. When it comes to, there's so many products out there. Some infrared heating is better than others. I have no idea on the rating, because all heating has different ratings in terms of energy efficiency, but also even within a specific category, there are a lot of differences. So I can't really answer that. I'm not an expert in heating sort of appliances and how they, what would be the best sort of thing and stuff like that. Now, all appliances, actually computers, whatever, everything basically produces non-native EMFs. In that regard, it's actually the worst type of non-native EMFs are the ones that are produced by AC, so your power lines in your home or stuff like that. A laptop like this basically is using direct power, direct DC, which is less of a problem. It's the AC stuff, the alternating, and that has an issue. The alternating, because our environment is more like a DC. DC power is much closer to the way the sort of the magnetic fields that are produced by native stuff are similar to DC. AC's alternating is slightly different. That's something that we haven't, and that seems to be much more problematic in that regard. Without going into a lot of detail, that's for. I'll probably have to do a video one of these days on it. My reasonings behind it. So expect a video. But when it comes to appliances themselves, energy efficiency, energy ratings, and all that, I'm not your man. But energy prices are definitely a problem. I've been talking about it some time. I use the old saying I've coined this about 20 odd years ago. The energy potentiality of a system is what determines the amount of goods and services we can produce. And the reason why we've been masking the debasement of our currency for very long periods of time is because the productivity of cheap energy. That's why we've been able to mask by keeping the relative price of goods and services under control for a very long time while we're debasing our currency by printing more money. We've been able to do that, increase the balance sheet, for the simple reason that we've been more productive for a very long time due to cheap fossil fuel energy. Now we've gone all woke. We've limited basically exploration. This current crisis is man-made. It's not Russia. Russia just exacerbated it. And let's not forget who basically really pushed the envelope to force Zelensky to ramp up his anti-Minsk agreement agenda, which drove the Russians into war, which I disagree with their approach. They could have used a proxy approach, but they decided to go this way, and it seems to, that's the way they've decided to go. But the real reason isn't this. Since 2014, investment in new exploration for petrochemical products has halved. That's what's caused the current crisis. And these crackpots are creating stagflation because they've printed up so much money for the current flu pandemic that they basically outsmarted themselves with their wokeness, and they put themselves in a very difficult spot, and they're not going to extricate themselves very easily. So, look, certain, as I said, infrared products I have heard that are, and near infrared and stuff like that is actually good because that's what it is in the early hours of the day and in the late. That near infrared is really good for even your body in terms of that near infrared spectrum. Really good for it is healing. It has a healing effect on the body. So it's actually good to have a near infrared heating in the evening, because that's what usually, if you go outside, that's the stuff that comes through the atmosphere, that near infrared spectrum. And the when you basically had wood fire, that near infrared, perfect in terms of circadian rhythms and in terms of having a sort of a beneficial effect on your mitochondria and stuff like that. Perfect. But in terms of cost, in terms of energy ratings, which one, you'll have to do your own research on that. But I would definitely consider something like an infrared heater because it has other benefits. But in terms of cost, I'm really not that's not my speciality. So, and Mies, good to see you here because you're new. So, I think we've covered a lot of those things. Damage of an X-ray. Yes, X-ray beams. Can't remember what it was. Maybe glutathione, something else. Yes, glutathione is very important in dealing with some of those things. But if you basically have too much radiation, iodine is pretty good as well, because radiation of that sort, does affect the thyroid negatively, and it's good to have some iodine pills as well. Definitely get yourself an iodine licking block. That's what you need. Aren't llamas supposed to do that with salt? A lick stone. What do they call it? Is it a lick stone? I don't know whether it's probably. I don't know what I'm talking about. They put out for the animals. No, it's got a salt. Oh, salt stone or salt? No, salt block. That's it. Salt block. Oh, God. Fucking. Yeah, I put my phone in, when I put it in my pocket, in aeroplane mode, and my friends get pissed off because they can't contact me until I take it out and sit somewhere. Oh, well, bad luck for them. Well, I can't help myself. Remember, I've got a mild dyslexia, so I have problems sometimes pronouncing things. Yeah, I should call it. Yeah, I call him Gundry, or Gundy, or something like that. Sometimes look, yeah, I do have a bit of a dyslexia. I've had it from childhood. Yes, they do say people that have got dyslexia are very intelligent. So maybe my dyslexia caused my other assets to improve. You got to try and struggle to work out things. Maybe that's what it may be. Very analytical. I'll leave it at that. Ah, yes. Jared's recent results are very, yes. Estrogen is very low, and testosterone is pretty high, and he's really in a good position. Yes, very manly. Yes. his partner's like a little poodle around him. He's the man. Yes, but basically, yeah, just and he guzzles down. He drinks more dairy than I do. Old Jared. That tells you everything. How, yeah, the inverse. But if you're eating a whole lot of, you're drinking milk, but you're eating, and it's not even raw milk, but you're drinking milk, and then you're having all these kibble crap and all that, and they say, oh, it's the milk in the epidemiological stuff. No, it's all the crap that you're eating, not the milk. Stop blaming the wrong thing. It's the same thing with the meat. It's the meat. And somebody's down at McDonald's guzzling down, fructose drinks and eating a whole lot of seed oil, cooked potatoes and chips and stuff like that, and blaming the little amount of meat. Exactly, or the little amount of dairy that may be there, a bit of cheese. It's ridiculous. That's the sort of study that they rely on, is just excrement. It really does him justice. Respected cardiologist misusing his title to sell plant supplements. Yes, exactly. And when they actually pointed out to him, and Lo Melinda, telling him that he was wrong, and most of our clients consume more than about 50+% dairy, let alone eggs and some fish, some of the and some of the others. It's not a very much plant-based diet if more of your diet is more than 60% is animal-based. It's bullshit, and he admitted it, and that's why I made that video, because it was perfect. He had bloody admitted it exactly, so yes. Anyway, Frankie, I saw Frankie a video a while back. He was commenting copper because of high levels of zinc in muscle meat. Any truth? Nah, it's just bullshit. Just bullshit. The body actually, zinc, when you eat enough meat, what you get is enough taurine, and taurine actually regulates all this. It regulates ion metabolism. It's a reason why a lot of people, when they go on the carnivore diet that have hemochromatosis, their hemochromatosis issue normalizes. That means their free ion in the bloodstream gets reduced, because taurine eliminates the problem. So when you're not having enough meat, enough taurine, you can't regulate iron properly. You can't regulate zinc, copper, magnesium, potassium, calcium, sodium, chloride. All these things are regulated by the osmolyte called taurine that is in animal foods, period. And this is what these people in the low carb community that have gone more plant-based, eating more green crap, so that's the problem. And that's, Frankie's no fucking idea. He's a moron, Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's unless you're actually, pounding the weight. That can be an issue for some people. They tend to actually put on weight much easier. But if you're actually bulking up and you start doing like that, it's great for that purpose. And I usually use my milk around the times when I'm bulking up. Or you won't have leaky gut. You just won't have leaky gut. If you basically eat a species appropriate diet and actually, those tight junctions, remember, I did a video recently that actually showed the tight junctions actually seal up when you're getting enough taurine. When your gut lining is saturated, the cells of your gut lining are saturated with taurine, it regulates the gut. Peristalsis, the actual motility, how it works is fully regulated. This is the thing. It's the master regulator, and it's in meat. So the more meat you eat, the more of this regulating compound you get to regulate all your bodily functions, and you end up better. This is why an animal-based diet high in meat will actually provide the best regulation of your body, and you'll basically feel much better. You won't get the keto flu. You won't get any of these bizarre sort of things. You won't get cramps because it will force more potassium and magnesium inside the cell to prevent those cramps from happening. So you won't need your bloody electrolytes and all that. I better allow Beef Base to put his comment. See, he just puts Billy's name in there, and immediately YouTube blocks him. God, how inappropriate. What can I say? I'm back in the gym, showered, made breakfast, and this madman is still at it. I told you, Roy's a bit like that. Oh, thanks, Jill. Dave, my mate, it's good to see you. Only 3 hours late. Yeah, where the hell have you been? And I've been, actually, yesterday and today, that little throat type thing, it's still there. It's like that. It's like that little. It's like when you scratch the back of your throat a bit. That's all it is. But it's a strange thing. But that's the only. Dad got, he recovered completely from COVID, but had no symptoms. It's just, and he's 87, and I'm 50. Well, I'm nearly 56, but. I'm going, he's 87. I'm going, you got it lucky. Was funny. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I sort of had, my own sort of stuff happening. So I was a bit away for a while, but I'm glad I'm back. I'm glad you're back as well. Good to see you. Who the hell's Team 3D Alpha? I've never heard of them. Yeah, it's a mild myostatin inhibitor. It's not like a major one. But the nice thing about it also prevents heart remodeling. And, when myostatin goes down, it can actually cause heart remodeling, which isn't a good thing, heart growth. But taurine prevents it from happening. It's perfect. It lowers myostatin, not a lot, but some. And on the other side of the coin, it prevents heart remodeling. It's a fantastic molecule because it's a regulator. That's what prevents it from happening. It does the same thing with many other organs. It brings them back to normal, good size and functioning. It's a fantastic molecule. I just see it as a master molecule in the body. I call it the Swiss Army knife of the body. That's how I've dubbed it. That's my dubbing. Anybody else wants to use it, go ahead and use it, because I think it is the Swiss Army knife of the body. Yes, do tell your friends at Team 3D Alpha, whoever they are. That's their gig. And it is an amino acid transporter as well, which helps because it actually transports more proteins into the amino pool, so it can magnify muscle protein synthesis. So it's good all round. It's pretty good. It's wonderful stuff. Research has shown that platypus milk has powerful antibacterial properties. It's also really sweet. I should be out there hunting for a platypus then. Is that what you're telling me? And milking it. It's going to be interesting. How do you milk a platypus? That's the other thing. Do email me at least a cartoon version of it so I can have a few laughs. Yeah, can you believe platypus has antimicrobial properties? Interesting. Look, even some of the other milks, like in the medium, like goat's milk tends to have higher levels of medium chain triglycerides, which do have an antimicrobial effect as well. So maybe it's got higher, even higher medium chain triglycerides compared to goat milk. Interesting. Okay. See you, sure. See you, mate. A primal cat crackpot, you mean? God. Oh, God. Yes. He said he's the best nutritionist in the world now, better than his idol, Wonder Planet. Yeah, another crackpot. Came up with a lot of myths. But to be more fatty than lean, you must eat more, therefore increase your metabolism and shorten your life. There's my thinking wrong. Metabolic rate and metabolism is slightly different. Metabolic rate is one thing. Your metabolic rate will fluctuate. It's not, it's usually if your thyroid is in the toilet or other endocrine functions, that's not healthy either. It has to be within a certain physiological range. Our metabolism tends to be in a certain physiological range that moves within a certain physiological range, and you don't get a big difference. At most, if you were at the extreme of either part, you may gain, a year or lose a year. It's not a dramatic difference. So I don't think it's going to shorten your life too much. I wouldn't be too concerned. Because even with rats and other things, we've done experiments where, you can't really push beyond the physio. There is a physiological limit encoded in the genes of all animals to control their physiological range of their metabolic rate and metabolism. So if it's really low, you're going to break down your tissue and it's very unhealthy. You're going to be in a real sort of catabolic, real bad state. And if you're running it slightly higher, it will drop. You can't sustain that. The body just will sort of bring it down to a different level eventually, and it will actually create higher satiety type signaling, because even when people eat more, their metabolic rate goes slightly higher and then comes back to baseline. The body really tries to lock in at a certain level. It's not really easy to try and force it to stay at a very high up or very low. It sort of tries to find its sort of baseline where it wants to be. The only reason why, in this whole nonsense that, your metabolic rate's going to, do this or that or whatever. No, it's your hormones. So if you basically have got too high insulin, you're not going to access, hormone sensitive lipase. You're not going to release free fatty acids. When you're in a keto diet, your metabolic rate slightly comes down because, it's to preserve muscle mass. The metabolic rate is more related to glucose metabolism. Got it? More to do with glucose metabolism. So higher glucose metabolism, high metabolic rate. Lower glucose metabolism, lower metabolic rate. So, it's, so higher, it's really just going to come from that. When you're actually releasing free fatty acids to oxidize fats, your metabolic rate actually comes slightly down. But you're still losing shitloads of weight, aren't you? When you actually fast, your metabolic rate comes down, but you're losing shitloads of weight. So is it your metabolic weight that's determining whether you're losing weight or not, or anything like that? Nothing. It has to do with carbohydrate metabolism. It's really basically the hormones that are regulating whether you basically are going to oxidize fat, you're oxidizing sugar, because what you're putting in, you're signaling and saying, this is what I'm going to oxidize, or that is what I'm going to oxidize. Okay? And if you're saying to the body, I'm oxidizing this, you know what it's going to do? It's going to lower the metabolic rate, because you're putting in, you're calorie constricting the sugar, you're pushing up insulin so you can't access the fat. So the body can only do is bring down the metabolic rate, keep on bringing it down to reduce the amount of, the sugar that it requires, because it knows it can only, it's taking only about this amount. And so it's adjusting to that new threshold. Put more in, it'll go higher eventually. If you do it for too long, you could cause some derangement, but that's a different thing altogether. It can still be corrected with some long fasts and reset things. So that's a different thing altogether. But, this sort of bullshit and all that, that they make up. So if metabolic rate was the whole thing, in that regard, yeah. So, and it's not metabolism. We have metabolism with everything. It's metabolic rate. And metabolic rate is determined by carbohydrate metabolism. When you take out carbohydrate metabolism and you go back to free fatty acids, metabolic rate comes down, and you actually release, your insulin comes down, your free fatty acid goes up because your hormone sensitive lipase goes up, which opens up the fat cells to release free fatty acids in the bloodstream. They go to the mitochondria, they get oxidized for energy. And if that's how it works. So, and you lose weight, and your metabolism is much lower than it was before, and you're still losing weight. You understand why these crackpots who think in a reductionist way have no idea? Because metabolic rate has more to do with carbohydrate metabolism, not with fatty acid metabolism. The physiology shifts because of the hormone shifting. When the hormones are in one direction, metabolic rate is playing a role. When they're not, it's playing less of a role. This is complex interaction of physiology. These crackpots of reductionism, they can't get their head around this sort of thing. That's why they keep on making the same mistake over and over again when they're trying to explain physiology. That's why they don't get it, and then they come up with crackpot ideas. Even though you're losing weight, they go, oh, you can lose weight, but it's affecting your metabolic rate and it's affecting your metabolism in the long run and all that. And I go, I don't see it. But a crackpot, because he's conditioned with reductionism, then has to come back and actually argue from the reductionist point of view, even though it makes complete no logical sense with physiology and what the hormones are doing and everything else. But that's what happens when you succumb to reduction. You end up with all these contradictions in your arguments. You will really get a few laughs out of when I do the additional videos on Ray Pete and show those contradictions and how ridiculous his thinking is, his reductionist thinking is. Yes, I've got more to do about these people. Oh, God, they're funny. And I just look at them and go, you really... Yes, one can only laugh or cry about the idiocies that some people end up going down their crackpot rabbit holes and they never leave them. Yes. How can isotope analysis of humans remain? Tell us whether or not humans were deriving significant energy from carbs. It's the collagen. we know that basically if you're eating an animal, if you're getting your protein from animals, you're getting your energy from animals. If you're getting energy from plants, you should have higher levels of N14. Since we see very low levels of N14, we have to presume that the intake, and also we look at the type of plants that are being, so the plants are not C3, the C4, because it's the delta 13. So we know quite clearly that they're coming from C4 plants. And we know back then that these wild grasses, we didn't get our nutrition from these wild grasses for the simple reason that we didn't know how to. You had to develop early civilization to be able to process grasses. So you had to get into the upper Neolithic stage before you could actually process, small limited amounts of, grass and that protein. And they had less glucose and more protein. So that's when the N14 data went up in those those upper Neolithic periods. So we knew they were eating more grains because they were still having delta 13 and all that, but the N14 data had gone up. So we knew that where the source was coming from. Because the N14, the nitrogen 14 was very low, and the N15 is very high, and then you've got the delta. We know it's grass that the ruminants are eating, and we're eating the ruminants, so we're getting both those isotopes. That's how we work that out. And then we use selenium and other sort of isotopes to work out the location where they were hunting them and all that, or stuff like that. But we know that in Neolithic times, when we started interacting with grains, it went up. And C3 plants, which are like the sort of most of our vegetables and stuff like that people eat today, that carbon isotope didn't appear until we started agriculture. So pre-agriculture, it just wasn't there. It was post-agriculture that we see it starting to rise. And now, a lot of these C3 plants, the amount of isotopes in modern humans is like astronomical high because we consume so much of this stuff. Tubers and a lot of vegetables and stuff like that is really high. But back then, it was more or less non-existent in the actual bones. So we know that we didn't use them. And it makes sense because for a long time, all hominins, before they didn't even have fire, so they couldn't even cook to get rid of the anti-nutrients. So, people say, well, they must have, in their environment, they had tubers and they had that, but they had no fire until about 1.5 million years ago. So it's very recent. And when we look at the bones, the collagen bones, right through, even when they had fire, the N14 and N15 data and all that is very similar. So there's no change. Now, if we had seen a spike in N14, we could say, okay, they get fire, they start accessing tubers. But that doesn't happen. There's no change in the N14, N15 data and the delta 13 data and stuff like that. So when you see that, you go, okay, this is a consistent picture, and you only see a slight increase in these interglacial periods, which means that they were accessing fruit primarily and stuff like that, which has got the lowest amount of anti-nutrients. It's got high fructose, which can fatten you up, but it's got far less anti-nutrients. So it's because it's designed, a ripened fruit will have less anti-nutrients because it wants you to eat it so you can spread its seeds. Simple as that. So that's why in that regard. Okay, the issue with fishing is mercury. Okay. If he was talking about that, he's got a point, yes. But even that, it's only the large fish which are a problem. The small coastal fish around have a mercury to selenium ratio, which is very, very low. And so, they have low selenium to basically, and higher selenium and lower mercury. It's only fish like the swordfish, sharks and all that have got higher levels of mercury and lower levels of selenium. They're a problem if you eat them too much to detox. And selenium in the form of selenide actually chelates and removes mercury from the body. So, and more taurine also can, via the bile duct, can actually have it removed that way as well. So it's a non-issue for coastal fish, which are smaller and have way more selenium and very little mercury. So it's a non-issue. But the larger fish, yes, there can be a problem. And if he's talking about mercury, it is definitely a problem if you eat the wrong type of fish. And the majority of people nowadays do have, like in New Zealand, they have a lot of fish and chips. And most of the fish comes from sharks, and they tend to be much higher in mercury than selenium. And that can be a problem if you're eating it every day. That I'd have to agree with him completely, because that's what the majority of people, what are the majority of people eating? That's where the problem lies. They're not eating some of the other fish, like cod and other fish like that are much lower in mercury and higher in selenium. So people just are eating the wrong type of fish. And that, yes, could be a problem, especially when people sort of gravitate to those type of fish far more because that's what commercially is pushed on them. So, yeah, it depends. But you still have to nuance that in that regard. But, yeah, if he's talking about mercury, yeah, it's definitely a problem. And it's probably a bigger problem in the northern hemisphere than the southern hemisphere. There's much more contamination in the northern hemisphere than in the southern hemisphere. So and most of the studies that actually show the mercury to selenium levels are all done in the northern hemisphere around the US and places like that, which basically means in the southern hemisphere, some of these fish will have even lower levels than what I indicated in if you do a Google search, Harry Serpanos mercury, I do a whole list of all the fish and the mercury to selenium ratio to actually indicate which are safe fish, which are not, and the amount that should be in the fish and how many milligrams, about I think 50 odd. It's a while now, I haven't looked at it, but there are specific fish which are fine. You can have in larger amounts. Other fish, you got to limit it, which is another problem. And that's more to do with contamination in our modern world, which is a problem, unfortunately. And there's also the other issue of microplastics, which is another problem. But they do tend to accumulate in the guts of the animal. So if you remove the guts, there's less of a problem with microplastics, but still it is a problem. Which means that you can no longer really eat the organ meats and the guts and stuff like that of the fish, as in particular, like now obviously the microplastics in things like sardines is going to be much lower, really low, but you are eating the whole animal. So you will get, if they're from northern hemisphere, you may get some level of microplastics. So it's become more of a problem than what it used to be. And, so it's not only mercury, it's also microplastics. Yeah, it's not what it used to be, unfortunately. So it is annoying, but it is what it is in the modern world. We've really caused we're more concerned about carbon in the atmosphere, which provides greening of the planet, rather than the contaminants, the real environmental pollution, which is all the crap that we've thrown into the oceans and elsewhere in our river systems. That's the sort of stuff we should be focusing on, not carbon in the atmosphere. Anyway. Not really. Primal. Oh, you mean primal type supporters? Yeah. Look, he honey and all sorts of things. Anything that was raw and animal based and plant based raw. He had, but most of these raw plants and stuff like that are really bad for your gut. So I don't subscribe to that nonsense. It's just another raw foodie. Yeah, it's nothing to do with reality. Just some bullshit that another crackpot guru made up. Basically, he's just another crackpot guru. Some of the elements are okay, but a lot of the elements are just completely and utterly wrong. So. Yep, that's true. There's a bit of truth in that as well. Metalophobia, that's a nice one. Yeah, well, lead, mercury, all these sort of things are issues. But selenium is a chelator of both of those, and taurine can actually increase the removal of these things. See, a lot of metals actually, your actual liver detoxifies them, your kidneys and liver, and if there's enough of the regulatory substance of taurine, that it'll regulate. Actually, bile, the best bile is the one that actually is produced by taurine, which is conjugated by taurine, actually works better both for running through the small intestine and absorbing things and clearing out the small intestine, plus also for chelation purposes of removing heavy metals. When there's a big difference between cysteine and taurine conjugation of bile salts in terms of how efficient it can remove heavy metals. This is the reason why a lot of the vagoons end up with manganese toxicity levels sometimes in much higher than they should be, where if you get enough taurine, 90% can be excreted out of your feces, no problems whatsoever. That's the reason why you don't get these sort of issues when you eat enough meat. So, and that's the other thing, we're not taking into account the meat that actually has some of these properties. And remember, fish has much higher, way higher than ruminant animals in terms of taurine, and taurine has an effect in removing some of these metals and heavy metals and stuff like that. So it's a more nuanced picture, and you're right, Lukey, it's a more nuanced picture of things, the way we need to be cognizant of and careful of falling into reductionism as well. Yeah, well, the delta 13 carbon isotope is the one that I'm talking about, and that indicates that if you've got high amounts of that, it indicates, Bruce Lee, that it's the source. You can only have high delta 13 carbon. I don't think he actually mentions the exact type it is, but that's what it is. It's the delta 13. And that actually determines whether it's coming from, C4 grasses, which is what most grasses, including wheat and barley and all that, they're all grasses that we've cultivated over time. But when they were primitive grasses, they didn't provide much nutrition. It was primarily for the animals. And those grasses are the things that actually provide that isotope of carbon. And that's how you can actually work out, okay, I've got 15 here, and I've got delta 13, which means that the majority of that N15, the nitrogen 15, is coming from ruminant animals. Now, if there was low levels of delta 13, and I forget the other carbon at the moment, I just can't think of it, then it usually can indicate you're actually getting it more from fish or other like non-terrestrial sources. So we can look at all these sort of things, and even selenium, to work out the different parts of the land that where you're actually, because there are selenium maps that different countries, not all countries, but a lot of the countries, I know the US and some of the European governments and all that, and some in Asia and Africa, and also have what are called maps, like mineral maps, that their own departments of mineral exploration have gone and drilled into different parts, and they've actually worked out what the type of minerals in different areas. Now, you can actually look for those mineral concentrations in the bones of those humans or animal or whatever that's eating within that environment, and actually work exactly with the sort of areas it goes and eats from those concentrations. And if you find, it's got very high of this, and it's eating primarily then in this area where the concentration not in this area. So then you look at this sort of to see what it's likely that it was eating, So that's how with all these things. So these are great things, great tools, these sort of mineral maps, because they can tell you a lot about when you then look at the bones and say, okay, this is what it's eating in this sort of area and that sort of stuff. So you can actually get really good precision with archaeology. So this isotope stuff is really good if you're trying to track things down and work out what it's eating and where it's eating. Mm-hmm. Fish have always had a bit of a. I've heard that, but I haven't researched it, so I don't really know. Yeah, there may be something in it. But animals do vary in their concentration of a lot of things, and they do have different tolerance levels. But that's interesting, Bruce. I may look into it and see whether there is something to that buoyancy theory that you're saying. I think the cellar boy is looking like crap because he's out far too long in the sun, carbon up and glycating his skin, depleting B vitamins and absorbing less fat soluble vitamins to avoid, by avoiding fat, exactly, to regulate his collagen degrading enzymes. So exactly, because he's generating higher MMP, matrix metalloproteinase, from his liver, and he can't regulate it. So it's, probably causing himself more skin issues. Yes, as I said, he'll learn from his mistakes, or may not. Who knows? Anyway, I'm going to pull the thing. Safe way for people to come off steroids. Could be worth a video to assist those who are realizing or experiencing the danger of PVD's potential for good exposure in these channels. Look, there are certain ways of dealing with it. There are certain pharmacological ways. There are certain non-pharmacological ways. It is a problem with that community. A lot of people are putting themselves at great risk and causing themselves a lot of problems. I would be putting those people on very high levels of taurine to force the back to natural remodeling of certain tissue types, especially the heart, because some of these things do cause problems in the heart, and it will take up to high doses, up to a number of years, to remodel the heart back to where it should be based on the genes. Some people have gone far too long on doing some of this stuff and caused so much damage. It's, I don't know whether it's possible to reverse a lot of that damage or not. So, and my priority has been recently on cancer and other things like that at the moment. But I will add COVID and stuff like that. But I will come back to covering some of these points later this year. So expect some videos. Probably some of these areas need to be looked at and criticized, and people that are going to wake up to themselves, give them some options. I'll add that to my list of things to do. Yeah, exactly. The oxalate side of the green raw vegetables, it's actually far worse from. Yeah, it's definitely caused a lot of problems for a lot of people in that regard. G'day, Lisa. Good to see you. Anyway, platypus milk. God, platypus milk. That's a good one. Everybody get on platypus milk. Anyway, guys, I'm going to pull the and that's the one that is yes, and it can actually also turn off a number of genes in your DNA which affect certain neurological pathways. So if those genes are active in that person, then yes, they can have that effect and all that. And yes, it does play a role in cell cycling signaling as well. That is true. Yes, we do long streams here. I do long streams. Anyway, guys, please hit the like button if you haven't. I would really, really appreciate it. And yes, that is exactly it. I'm going to pull the plug. It's demand driven. We only make a certain amount. You can actually push as much protein as you like in. All you'll do is you'll basically just slow down the uptake of building up an amino pool. So don't worry about it. And as long, and what's the theory educating public? Yes. Modern monetary theory, the goal of educating the public on the need for policies promoting full employment and price stability videos are conventionally organized into playlists by topics. I don't actually subscribe to some of that thinking because some of these people just have this really strange way of viewing economics and all that. And they talk more about stuff. I don't give a shit, about these things, the things they argue. At the end of the day, in a system, energy is foundational. You take a look at our civilization. We've had market economies since before the Romans. Since early civilization, we had markets. We priced things in those markets. They were controlled slightly differently or regulated slightly different, but we've had markets from the beginning. This is the sort of level of the growth of our markets and all that until we hit crude oil, and then it went like that. That's the fundamental difference. It's the energy. You add more energy, you can grow the balance sheet, you can grow the economy, you can grow living standards and everything else. It's really the amount of energy fundamentally. There was an old saying, give me enough energy and, I'll be able to control the world or something along those lines. Really, I remember a Russian guy, I can't remember his name at the moment, and he actually coined the term about, energy zero, which is our civilization, energy level 1, level 2, level 3. And that threshold of energy can allow a civilization to control all the energy within its galaxy or within its solar system or on its planet. That determines the level of that civilization. That means what the sort of goods and services you can produce is really dependent on the level of energy you've got. And we've got a whole lot of crackpots that have decided to basically take us back to the Stone Age by reducing cheap energy in our system and giving us windmills and solar panels that are very inefficient. Friggin' crazy, So all these theories that people are spout and all that is just basically another wank by the intellectual establishment. But the reality is fundamentally, you want to keep the lights on and keep the whole economy going and feeding people. You need to keep the energy inputs in the system down in order to lift productivity and keep the cost base for producing goods and services at a level where more people can get more goods and services and enjoy higher living standards. Otherwise, with not enough energy, all these theories are bullshit. You can actually force full employment. You can say all these companies have to employ so many people. Legislation. I mean, they did in the Soviet Union, they did in China, they've done it in a lot of countries. You can do that. But that doesn't mean you can actually produce enough goods and services, if you don't have enough energy to basically provide higher and higher living standards. You need energy. You look at many of the countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, all these, they rapidly grew and they rapidly sucked in energy. Crude oil, thank you very much. And that's what really lifted their living standards. You got to get the energy. That's what produces stuff, both tangible and intangible stuff and everything else. That's where it is. All these people talk about theorizing about this. I just talk about, where's the bloody energy coming from? We need more gas, more energy, more stuff to build stuff and provide services. You want to keep the YouTube going? These crackpots don't understand their own business. You need cheap energy to be able to run big data centers. Are they insane to adopt a woke agenda and actually destroy themselves? This is why these people are destroying their own companies, like Netflix, gone all woke, has actually destroyed their own company. What a bunch of wankers. They deserve all they get. So, it's bloody bizarre, this world, the way it's going. It's just, oh, God. Please find me a way to de-woke my environment. Yes, it's crazy. Yes, crazy. Yes. Get yourself a bit of taurine. You can actually force more of that glucose into acetyl-CoA, into the Krebs cycle, producing more energy rather than lactate. Yes. And the nice thing about it is it doesn't actually create like some other things that force things into the Krebs cycle, but actually create a lot of ROS, reactive oxygen species. That's the nice thing about taurine. It inhibits that as well. It's got an antioxidant effect as well. Anyway, I think I did cadmium as well. Yeah, depletes. Selenium, my dear. Selenium. Yes, selenium. It's the one thing. Eat more eggs. There's plenty of selenium in eggs. Selenium chelates as a selenide. Chelates have more taurine. They'll actually excrete more of the heavy metals out of your bile. Selenium and taurine. Basically, eating steak and eggs, really. You can just supplement a bit more than the steak and eggs will give you, but, that's the way to go. Thank you, Lisa. Anyway, yes. Such a humanitarian. I'd classify as a God complex asshole. I had goat milks. Oh, it's disappointing. I love goat milk. Oh, we can't be friends. How's the COVID down under? Oh, yeah, well, me and Dad got it. God, we're okay, so we did pretty well. Actually, Dad recovered better than me. God almighty. He's 87. I'm nearly 56. And he recovers better than me. What's happened to the world? Anyway, we do react a bit differently, don't we, as humans? Go disappointed. Disappeared in the UK the moment Russia invaded Ukraine. Yeah, exactly. What flu? Yes. Anyway, I am bugging off out of here. I'll go to the last one, Harut. How are you, Harut? Where have you been, mate? We can only tap into Harry's energy. The world would be saved. Yes, thank you. Appreciate the gesture. Yes. Fundamentally, energy. If you want higher living standards, complain, and try and get more and more energy in the system. Because really, we should be firing up coal-fired power stations, getting producing energy from coal, getting our nuclear power plants up and running again, getting more energy. That's what we should be doing, and then considering later options of other alternatives if they are feasible, because back to the feudal times, the rich will sit in their castles while we lay siege. It seems like they want it like that, don't they? Yes. It seems like very much that in that regard. Have you been hiding in the Zoom sessions, Sammy? Where have you been? I abandoned them in their Zoom session. They were having a conversation. I know Sammy will watch it tomorrow. Anyway, yes. Everybody have a good time, a good day. And, yep, you're welcome, mate. And thanks for everyone being here. And I will see all you lovely people next week. We'll be back to the regular schedule on the Sunday. So, so we'll be back to normal in that regard. And that I'll remain consistent unless there's a crisis in the family or something. But generally speaking, yes. I was late here, 1.2 hours behind. Yes. You were. Anyway, guys, yep. Thank you as well for being here. You guys for being here. Do make the channel, do make the stream work. And those things. If I have missed anybody's question or whatever, I do apologize. Do leave a comment and after the video, and I'll answer it when I get a chance over the next 2 days. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it for you guys being here. It's a bit over 5 hours now. So, and heading towards 12 o'clock. So I need to get into bed and get and nap away and get ready for tomorrow for work. So anyway, I am out of here. Thanks, and see you guys, and hit the like button and do share some of the content and check out some of my other videos if you haven't looked at them, or Google my name and any sort of thing that you're interested in. If I've got a video, check it out. See you guys.